isn't real, you're not here. Visions of you slowly vanish. Time stands so static. I can feel all the pain left us here with misery was not our last wish. Drip, drip, tears from my body. Drip, drip, with them I'm falling. Drip, drip, tears from my body. Oh, why'd you have to slip into the unknown? Out of the control. Slip, in silent surroundings, a part of you remains. Those moments can feel so far away. I try to escape the pain. In silent surroundings, a part of you remains. Those moments can feel so far away. I try to escape the pain. In the night, you're alive, floating in and out of my dreams, hoping you hear me. Drip, drip, tears from my body. Drip, drip, with them I'm falling. Drip, drip, tears from my body. Oh, why'd you have to slip into the unknown? Out of the control. Slip. In silent surroundings, a part of you remains. Those moments can feel so far away. I try to escape the pain. In silent surroundings, a part of you remains. Those moments can feel so far away. I try to escape the pain. Oh, you know I won't forget all the fire in your step. Hope you know. Oh, you know I won't forget all the fire in your step. Hope you know. Drip, 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 drip. Drip, 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 drip. In silent surroundings, a part of you remains. Those moments can feel so far away. I try to escape the pain. In silent surroundings, a part of you remains. Those moments can feel so far away. I try to escape the pain. In silence, you will be there. In silence, in silence. In silence, in silence, in silence, you will be there. In silence, in silence. too. You're pride, and you're a sick girl. You'll never get the same hit twice. Can we go back to when I was 9 and you were 10? Go back to when we were friends. Bad girl, it wasn't always like this, naughty girl. You made your bed like on it, bad girl. You had so much ambition, how you hide. You used to play fair. No regrets then. You'll never get to heaven in your state now. Would you even know that I'm still alive? Can we go back to when I was 9 and you were 10? You play and we pretend. Go back and live again. Go back to when we were friends. Bad girl, it wasn't always like this, naughty girl. You made your bed like on it, bad girl. You had so much ambition, how you hide. You used to play fair. ocean is too far to see. And I don't know north from south, no compass for me. Not everyone breathes when the surface falls. So burn me up like the midday sun. I got no shade. Frostbite comes to slow my heart rate, and I can't keep pace. On a raft, I'm sun-kissed, sprawled out, not on my back. Salt water won't quench my thirst. I'm starving so fast. Then the blue sky turns to black clouds. Storms come rolling by. And there's electricity in the air keeping me alive. But I got no radio waves, no SOS to keep me safe. Burn me up like the midday sun. I got no shade. Frostbite comes to slow my heart rate, and I can't keep pace. So burn me up like the midday sun. I got no shade. Frostbite comes to slow my heart rate, and I can't keep pace. When you come aboard, please come and roll me home. I'm only playing 'cause I'm caught out here alone. So burn me up like the midday sun. I got no shade. Frostbite comes to slow my heart rate, and I can't keep pace. So burn me
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Rainbow Six Pro League for the SEA region. I'm Monkey Fist. I'm joined by Cthulhu. How you doing today, dude?
Doing pretty good, actually. Quite excited for the matchups that we have today, and just in general, it's a nice and hot day to get even. That is about to get even hotter.
Yeah, it definitely has been hot, definitely in the southern hemisphere where it is summer. Well, I suppose you're in New Zealand, so it's probably not as hot there, but yeah, we've been
It's
sweating.
humid.
Yeah, we've been sweating. All right, so SEA Pro League. This is the final week before we take a break for the Invitational. I don't know how you feel like this season's been shaping up.
Honestly, the way how season shaped up actually had me initially kind of 50-50 about a fair few teams, but now that more matches have been played out, we do have kind of a rough idea of which teams are the better one. There's actually quite a fair bit of a distinction actually in between, say, the top three and then the remainder of all the things. But we do have a quick video as well explaining the events within the game that are coming up.
And for the next
with
5
these
weeks,
SI
the
2020.
entire Rainbow Six community is invited to join us in celebration for a road to SI full of surprises. First, during every weekend leading up to the Six Invitational, you can play the all-new Road to SI in-game event, featuring a new exclusive map, the Stadium. This unranked playlist will have the same rule set as a ranked playlist. Only this time, every operator is playable, even the ones you don't own. Next, it's time for the Road to SI Battle Pass. This Battle Pass will contain exclusive Road to SI 2020 rewards distributed through 35 tiers, which you will unlock by collecting battle points. This is the only place to earn items such as the SI 2020 Finisher Charm or Signature 620 weapon skins. Everyone will progress and collect rewards on the free track. You can access the premium track for 1200 R6 credits, which will immediately grant you Sledge's SI light set. Upgrade to the premium bundle for 2400 credits and skip ahead to immediately unlock Hibana and Caveira's full uniforms. Moreover, Year 4 pass holders receive a 30% discount on all Battle Pass prices and a 30% boost on battle points earned. To cap it all off, 30% of the revenue generated by the Battle Pass will go to the Six Invitational prize pool. Fight alongside all the operators in Rainbow Six. Collect battle points, level up your Battle Pass, earn unique rewards, and join us as we embark on the road to SI 2020.
I love that whole video, honestly.
Yeah, it's great, isn't it? Definitely gets the hype going. Like, 2 weeks to go, and we're at the SI 2020. SEA has their own representation there, don't they?
Oh yes, they do. Giants Gaming will be coming over to SI 2020, and I'm actually thoroughly excited to see them play, both as a team under a new org, and just in general, it's been a while since Singapore or just Southeast Asia as a whole was represented really in Montreal.
Yeah, well, we can see the ladder here, of course. Q Confirm leading the way, Giants close behind them. Neither of them have dropped a game. I believe the difference there is in round difference, followed up by Xavier, and that's kind of how we expected that top three to end up. As for the bottom half of the table, it's of course it's anyone's game. It's a bit of a dogfight down there, isn't it, in most regions in the bottom half,
yeah.
Cthulhu?
Yeah, it's definitely a much closer fight for those teams, pretty much anywhere going from 4th place and down to the 8th, really, because between, let's say, Script 1122 and even Valor, there has been quite some heated games as well.
Yeah, well, I suppose, of those teams at the bottom, the ones that have really impressed me so far has been 1122. They looked absolutely amazing last week against 200 Degrees. Of course, they blitzed out at the start, right? And then they slowed down. But yeah, they looked pretty good. Today they are going up against another lower dweller, though, in Valor. I'm putting my money on 1122 for that one, but as we said, it is a bit of a dogfight down there. Any team can beat any team, so we'll have to wait to see how that sorts itself out. But then, of course, we have Lasay versus 200 Degrees. Cthulhu, who are you putting your money on for that one?
For that one, I'd probably go with Lasay, just for the sheer fact that really Lasay had some pretty good showcase against Valor, which was 7-5 and 7-3 on Cafe and Coastline, and they managed to also draw against the newest Xavier roster. So their performance was much more successful comparative to what 200 Degrees showed us, as because they are currently on that loss streak overall.
Yeah, I was going to say I was impressed with Lasay's performance against Xavier. I was watching that game. Yeah, and, I thought, well, Lan was, he's got some close ties to some of the Lasay guys, and he was talking about how they weren't really expecting to get anything, but they managed to roll away with a point. But we got this game to focus on first. Valor versus 1122. Here is the Valor lineup: Maze, Skitter, Detriant, JDF, and Panday.
Yeah, all of them, the whole of Valor roster has been pretty much well-rounded, at least in my opinion. And probably the main kind of highlights for me, at least, were, I believe that was Skitter and Detrian, with Panday occasionally kind of adding some spice to the plays.
Yeah, last week Skitter was going absolutely nuts. However, we do have the team 1122 lineup: Edmund, Coley, Jimmy Z, Dabu, and CT. Now, Edmund and Coley have been playing Siege for quite a long time together. I think it was Infian who told me that they moved from China to Hong Kong to be able to play in the SCA Pro League, and so they're living their dream. So I'm very interested to see how much further this roster can progress.
Yeah, and considering how much story there is in between within 1122's legacy, starting with even when Pro League was not even a thing within APAC, it definitely has quite some of that nostalgic feeling the moment you see that name as well.
Yeah, definitely been around for quite a long time. So I don't know if anyone's tuning in that isn't quite familiar with how the format works for us here in the APAC sub-regions, is that instead of all teams playing in one night, we'll have 2 nights where 2 teams will play a night, but they'll play 2 maps, just so we have time to have a LAN final to decide who goes to the Pro League Grand Finals. Well, Pro League Finals. I don't know. That's the word. But we do have map bans to get through here, Cthulhu. Where do you think we're heading?
I mean, so far, the Coastline and Cafe, looking at my notes so far, Valor right now would really want to have themselves a Clubhouse, but Clubhouse is the first one to be gone. So right now, everything could really be on the board here, with actually Consulate being the one that got picked.
Yeah, Consulate. As I'm a bit of an intruder in the SEA region, I don't normally cast in here, so I can't really make any too big of a grand predictions. And it's a map that has 4 viable bomb sites. It's definitely one of the better maps, I suppose, competitively, and teams can approach it in different ways. Like some teams can just completely avoid one bomb site if they don't want to go there at all.
Funnily enough, actually, I just took a peek at the stats as well. Neither of these teams actually played Consulate, at least to date, within this season. And because for 1122, they had both their games against Giants and Q-Confirm were both on Clubhouse and then Cafe.
Yeah.
And then on 200 Degrees, it was Clubhouse and Bank, whereas on the side of Valor, it was pretty much every map but Consulate.
Every map but Consulate. Yeah, they're the jack of all maps, are they?
Pretty much, albeit that they only saw success on Clubhouse.
Yeah. Well, interesting that Clubhouse was banned out so early if you were saying both these teams enjoy a Clubhouse. Perhaps that's where we'll be going for the second map. Of course, there is going to be another map, as I just explained, after this. And, that's followed by another ban phase, or preceded by another ban phase, I should say. Sorry.
Could be that.
Yeah.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say, so would you agree with me, though, that you think 1122 are favoured in this matchup, or...?
I'm kind of on just somewhere in the middle at the moment, Monkey. Just due to the fact that statistically, kind of, 1122 are in the favor. They have more points. They managed to get a pretty confident win against 200 Degrees. But at the same time, Valor's performance against Xavier, at least on the first map before they got 7-0'd on the other map, 7-3'd, it also kind of has a little bit of that extra weight to it. So I'm kind of on the fence here. I want to say that 1122 definitely would have more advantage here, just being with just the fact how aggressive can they be and how passive they can be. But on the side of Valor, they just been stable, kind of, on their performance. And it's just whenever it's them playing against bigger teams, it's just rather really just a difference either within the firefights capabilities or just timing.
So what do you think would be the key for either team? What does like, you know, who does 1122 need to get firing, or what kind of ban are they going to have to be hoping for in terms of operators? What's the key to this matchup to unlock it?
Okay, the key for 1122 is just to get pretty much the big fraggers going. Coley and CT have been seeing quite some fiery plays, so if they will have a good time fragging, I'm pretty sure 1122 might have some really good time out here. On the side of Valor, though, I mean, we mentioned before, Skitter has been seeing quite some good performance.
Yeah.
Border Tech occasionally pops off as well. So they, for Valor, they just need to keep playing their game. They just need to force their pace and prevent the 1122 from throwing any kind of wild card plays, because 1122 are known for very unexpected plays as well.
Well, we don't have to keep discussing it, Cthulhu. We can get right in and find out where the cards will fall, wild cards or not. It's Consulate.
It is Consulate indeed, and I'm very keen to get into it, as this is promising to be a very saucy matchup.
Well, here we go into the ban phase. 1122 starting out on defense. They will be the first ban up. Standard bans here for Consulate. I wouldn't be surprised if we were to see a Hard Breacher taken off the board.
Yeah, Hard Breacher, maybe even a Thatcher occasionally could be potentially a thing, but instead it will be a Nomad. Okay.
Yeah, you know, obviously Nomad setups to deny those flanks quite well with those air jabs and also runouts. And a team like 1122 who love to be aggressive probably don't want to be punished by that. However, Valor have locked it in quickly, and it's going to be a Buck.
Interesting. Okay. So Buck is usually being used to kind of reinforce the breaches into, say, Garage, and just to allow some more soft breach usually, but
yeah,
that won't be the case here.
See, vertical pressure, and then you can take Sledge instead. Like, I think the advantage of Buck over Sledge is that Buck can, you know, apply vertical pressure from below, but where are they really going to want that on this map? He does have the grenades as well, so they're very similar, I suppose, in that regards. However, the two defender bans, Maestro and Echo, kind of standard, isn't it? Like maybe just a mirror to swap one out. Yeah.
Yeah, it's usually we see for one of those bands, it's either Maestro or Echo, and then yeah, like you said, Mirror is usually the secondary ban. But this time Mirror managed to kind of slip in through, and both actually those very flexible info gatherers are going to be off the board, which is quite interesting to me, honestly.
Oh, and look at this. 1122 are going to be going for the split bomb site first up. Okay. Archives Tellers, the newest addition to this map, of course, which has only improved it in my eyes.
Yeah, it definitely added some more flexibility to the map. It definitely opened up another way to play it, and I'm definitely keen to see how these two teams will actually play it out, because we saw a fair few times when teams would go for a very hard defense in admin, but completely would ignore or just have a few traps, say, around the bottom side, or they would have a ground floor set up and just play from below, maybe with some vertical play, say with Pulse, which Team 1122 do have. So they have quite a good amount of utility and a good amount of just firepower, really, to contest either war.
Yeah, and I suppose the thing that surprised me about Valor is they've bought the Ashe and the Zofia. Like, I feel like both of those, or at least the Ashe, could be swapped out for a Sledge, who would be able to provide that top-down pressure that the Buck ban has denied. And the thing about this bomber site, right, is that the defenders have to defend across all three floors. They can't give up the bottom floor, they can't give up, well, the middle floor, and they can't give up the top floor, because then they're just going to get top-down pressure or the bomber site taken from them. Looks like Valor are going to start from this top floor, however. Jimmy Z will be their first point of contention.
He could find, he could be able to find a shot onto Maze if he'll get overly aggressive, but instead he'll just prompt to be a bit more passive here and just wait for that aggression rather to come for him, rather than him just trying to go for that aggression.
Yeah, he has fallen back slightly. I think he heard that melee on the window, but oh, there's going to be Maze seeing the Doc run past, but can't quite land those shots. It was close.
It was definitely close, and right now Jimmy actually is managing to default back to the side with, I believe, one of the other defenders just assisting with that, just putting an extra pressure on those Visa stairs.
Yeah, so a minute wasted, and Valor have taken complete control of this top floor. No one left up here to deny them, so now they're going to start that top-down pressure. I'm sure the players in the bomb site might start to feel a little bit like fish in a barrel.
They could very much, and with the fact how quickly Valor are also prompting to go for a take of the bottom floor, this could get really ugly.
Oh, that's a great angle here from Jimmy, though, and he knows one's nearby. Oh, Sophia was just a tiny bit taller. He might have found the shots, but now Sophia is approaching down the stairs. Panday, if Jimmy's not watching, he might catch him off guard. However, Dabex has got that covered with the shotgun to the face. Completely shuts Panday down. So they've spent a minute not really doing much else now, Valor. They need to get a move on, otherwise they're going to run out of time.
Yeah, right now Valor are seeming to be a little bit on the lackluster. Dab does take some damage from that Ash charge, as well as Skitter does manage to find a frag off the screen, but taking out Pulse is definitely going to be a pretty decent trade considering that Sophia was off the board pretty quickly.
Yeah, they are approaching this downstairs bomb site now. 3 members surrounded. JD not quite sure how close the players are above, but that's going to be Skitter who opened up into the site. Jimmy's gone down. There's Skitter pushing for another frag player, trying to hide around the server racks. Have cleared it out, but he's played Ringer Rosie perfectly, and he's going to find the Twitch. Detrian, however, will trade Edmund right on back, putting us into a 3-on-2. Plant going down. CTZ and Dadex going to have to retake this one here, Constantine.
Sure do. As the plant did go down, CT will be the first man to drop down. He did showcase his position pretty clearly as well, and will be going down to the firefight. Dab will be, though, making a return with a shotgun as well as SMG-11, and it is a 1v1 situation. Now, Hibana has a pretty powerful position here and does have the ACOG, I believe, as now the peaks will be coming out. It is a game of time, and the C4 will be coming out. Does manage to claim Detrian. Fantastic throw by Dab, as the first round will be actually reclaimed by 1122.
That was a 1v3 clutch, Constantine. Let's not forget that.
Oh, yeah.
Of course, he did shoot one player in the back, shotgun the other. No player needed to trade, and the C4 thrown out. Full blind. Of course, real men don't look at explosions. And great round there for 1122 and Dabex to completely retake that one and put it in their favor.
Sure did, Sam, as... I mean, first round turned out to be pretty good nonetheless, mainly for Dab, as the man has managed to just pull off a... Was that a quad kill, actually, throughout the whole round? He did manage to get... He was the first one to open up the kills.
Yes. Yeah, it was Edmund who got a kill, but then Coley that got a kill. It was Edmund got a kill, but then was traded. So yeah, 4K for Dabex to start things off there. That was a round that swung back and forth, didn't it? It started off with 1122 finding the first kill, followed up by Valor, taking man advantage and getting the plant down, but then Dabex standing up huge. Started second bomb site, however, top floor, pretty stock standard here. Like this is probably, a lot of teams' #1 bomb site on this map.
Yeah, this is usually considered one of the primary bomb sites, on par probably with even Garage and Cafeteria to some degree. But a fair few teams actually tend to play it slightly differently. There's usually, say, a smoke and with a reinforced wall in the meeting room. There's always, say, 1 or 2 people in the console office, and the rest are just kind of roaming around trying to get as much disruption as possible. So I'm curious how much kind of extra something will be coming out from 1122 here on their defense.
Here we go, Coley opening up some of those windows. Oof.
Oh, oh my. That shot was really close.
Yeah, well, he's opened them up. It looked like he wanted to get a Valkyrie camera out, but I don't think he will, because they'll be watching it, and Panday has gotten right on the rappel. Wants to start putting the pressure on, so they're going to be rappelling all around, and definitely on the east side here. Valor. I'm going to try and take admin first, perhaps.
that would be probably a much more clever decision, just to make sure that you have kind of established that meaningful ground and kind of be able to play off that. But as
Yeah.
it stands, really, not a single presence actually on the east side, as far as I can see.
Well, Panday has taken some damage early on. I didn't quite see where that was from, but that's going to be Skidder finding
Skidder, no.
Edmund out in the open, but can't land the killing blow. There is a Doc who's going to juice him back on up, so... Oh, that's the one that got away, Cthulhu.
That is indeed, and out of all the operators, it is Rook that ends up not going down.
Yeah, oh, here we go.
Oh.
Dabex getting aggressive, but they are ready for him, Valor.
Yeah, very nice prep, albeit that 3 people overall that ended up aiming at Dab, so poor man couldn't even potentially get even the frag, really.
Well, he did do a lot of damage there to Skidder, who's on just a slither of HP.
And with all the flashbangs starting to come in into meeting room, this could possibly start being a full-on push just through the windows. Maybe even an attempt to take B side, but as it stands with all of the utility being kind of thrown around kind of aimlessly, it's certainly starting to look a little bit grim on the utility side for Valor.
Yeah, Valor definitely have taken this one quite slow. They've done a lot of repelling and holding angles, but they haven't taken any ground. I don't think anyone's inside the building yet. Which, of course, isn't the worst. You can win it with only having your planter jump in. I've seen that happen before, but here we go. It's going to be the first one going down. Maze with a double, in fact, as it's now a 5-on-2. Coley and CTZ to try and hold on. There's the C4 reply from Coley. So the plant's going to surely be start, but no, Coley's going to deny the diffuser getting inside the building, dropping it outside. However, there is one repelling on the building outside to shut him on down, but CTZ's there for the immediate trade. 1-on-2. Wow, Cthulhu, this is nuts.
This is indeed nuts. All the pre-fires are coming out and actually do land on what I believe is Gridlock. But right now hasn't claimed any kills. Oh, just missing the shots on the Jackal. Oh, that is unfortunate for CTZ, as Maze will be claiming that final kill, and we are back to a draw for now.
Yeah, I think... Like, I was just trying to figure out what Valor's plan was, and it's kind of like, we'll sit on the windows and, you know, you hold some angles and you guys are going to jump into them. Which, you know, happened for the first kill. But then the next one of Maze jumping in was very nice. He got a double, and it's a 5-on-2 from there. However, that's when things started to go wrong for Valor. They just tried to bum rush those last couple of ones, which, you know, it's not the easiest to do. They were trying to get the plant down, of course, and... you know, they were in with a chance. It was a 1v2. One player jumped out to go grab the diffuser. So, yeah. It was it Dabex the last one alive? Was it? No, it's CTZ. Yeah, CTZ, the last one alive versus Maze, who's in the building, and the Gridlock who jumped outside. So, you know, that could have been potentially 2 1v1s. He just didn't land the shots.
Yeah, if he landed the shots, I would definitely say that CTZ would have had the upper ground here, comparative to, say, if he would have tried to take the 1v2 head on.
Yeah, especially because, you know, the Gridlock then has to rappel back in through the window. Perfect sound cue, perfect pre-fire, and that's the round.
Yeah.
However, Valor do manage to get it. We can talk about all the ifs and buts we want, but there is only one concrete result. Reality.
That is true. That reality is that Valor did manage to get a pretty nice push at the end of the round, and yeah, we are back to the console office, which will be a retry from 1122. Maybe it's a different outcome here, because it certainly seems like a few reinforcements were actually replaced on a few other positions, and this time it's actually a different even push from Valor.
Yeah, I think Valor might want to get in the building and take some ground a bit earlier than what they did. Like, you know, I can't be too critical because it worked. However, it did start to get me worried. I can say that for sure.
Yeah, it was certainly worrying, considering that, yeah, usually the repelling is all good. Yeah, you can get some really nice angles, but if your whole team is still sitting around the windows, it's not a great play.
Oh,
Oh, it just misses, actually. That was close.
oh, Edmund wanted that, but couldn't quite land it. Yeah, it does look like they're going to be jumping into copy room, perhaps. That's where Detrian at least is looking to. We do have Coley over in admin, who's going to be dancing with the devils on the windows.
You know what? Usually for me, I absolutely hate going on the windows just because for me it's
Yeah.
every time it's just either the timing or I'm just getting potato aim. And oh, talking about a bit of a potato aim, Dab cannot hit the final shots, but we'll be tagging IQ quite substantially out here.
Yeah, Skidder. He's lucky to be alive. He's going to be thanking his lucky stars, of course. Yeah, a minute half down, and once again, no one in the building here for Valor. They're going to have to start making their move in a moment. Although Team 1122 can't help themselves. Although, okay, I lied. There's a Detrian in break room.
Yeah, so at least a single person is already inside the building. But all the pre-fire Maze finally got the sign. Like, yep, I might need to back out for a little bit for now at least.
Yeah, well, 1122 can't help themselves, and they just want to keep peeking these players on the window. But there's Panda. He's all the way into sight. How did that happen? Whether Jimmy Z will trade off of Skidder. Jimmy Z is going to heal himself back up as Coley's going to find Panda. We're going to see the rappel on in, and that's an easy kill for... Oh, no, it's Edmund. And Edmund to double down there. All up to Detrin. Shut down by Coley. And that'll be 1122 claiming that round quite easily almost in the end there, Constantine.
Yeah, it was definitely a good read. They finally managed to realize that the moment Valor will try to start going in for repel, or whenever there's an aggressive push, that's when the rest will start repelling and jumping in. So they had all of those holes and all of the angles prepared, and pretty much from there onwards, they just denied any entry.
You know, we're going to the garage this time for 1122. Not going to reattempt the split bomb site, which is open to them, Tellers and Archives.
Yeah, Tellers and Archives was a little bit, probably got a little bit close to their confidence zone that they've, comparative to what they wanted.
Yes,
so Garage could be kind of the safe way out.
Yeah, they did win it off a 1v2 clutch, of course.
So yeah, yeah, they could probably pull it off. I would assume that they would have at the very least another strat to play it off, but I don't think they maybe just want to reveal it just yet, maybe. Or could be just purely off the fact that they just don't want to risk it.
Yes, we're going to see a castle come on out, Cthulhu.
Yeah, Castle is one of those operators that has been occasionally seeing a rise in popularity, especially with some of the sites where you can kind of extend your reach, extend your kind of playing field for defenders, especially on sites like, on maps like, say, Consulate, even Villa. I did see within NA a fair few teams actually doing some expansions for themselves for their roam game or even for the anchor game around Villa.
Yeah, well, Castle is kind of like a utility sponge, right? You're going to have to force your opponents to use some utility or some time, which, you know, is another resource. So maybe we could say resource sponge. Ooh, instead. Skidder.
That was close.
He is going foot hunting there.
Well, since they don't really have a jackal, at least somebody has to take that toe hunting role.
Yeah. Now, we got Coley droning around with the Mozzie drone up top, of course. Edmund is in support. Looks like they're going to make sure that no bandit trick can go down by opening up an angle through the floor. Here we go, we hear Thermite. It's telling he's going to open up a hole, and there's going to be Coley caught on the rotation. That was unlucky, and Panda is just going to get right off that window. Deny the information of his position and reposition.
Yeah, that's a very good play from Panda as well. Just the moment you grab that kill, just default back out from that firefight. Don't try to contest that very same angle, because knowing 1122, they will push you, and they will either go for a run out or they will peek the very same angle and will actually get you.
How's this angle though from Detrian? Upside down rappel. Yep. Any fight he takes is probably going to be going in his favor. It's going to be so hard to hit that little dot of the head. So getting ready to execute here, Valor. This is a lot better compared to what we saw on their top floor.
Oh yeah, it's definitely much better execution overall. They haven't lost a single person just yet. For that matter, actually not a single point of health. But probably just as I would say it, there's going to be a frag in favor of 1122. But yeah, like you said, a good prep overall, but right now they are stalling out as to where they want to go in, really.
Oh, but they're not watching on top. Dabex to find a kill, and Panday can't trade that one back. Skitter's going to go grab that diffuser, but
Oh boy.
it's going to be dropped as well. Where is the player in Piano?
Yeah, that very same breaching hole that Panday actually opened up is pretty much a double-edged sword at this point, with now him needing to actually start scraping back the round.
Yeah, they do have full control of the bomb site. They're going to start going for the plant. That's going to be Dabex caught out on the stairs. JDF going to find that one. Jimmy Z and Edmund to try and retake in this 2-on-3, or they make that a 2-on-2 as Jimmy Z will find JDF. Plant going to be reattempted now. Oh, the wide swing not quite working out, leaving it all up to the castle, and Detrian going to shut them both on down. Valor even it up once again.
It was definitely a bit of a shakier performance during the mid-round for Valor, but thankfully they did manage to scrape it back in their favor, and Panday kind of saying I'll just YOLO it essentially on the side, and manages to kind of rip it out from the hands of 1122 the whole round, really.
Yeah, well, like if you're gonna open up that hole, station someone there watching it. Like even if you leave the Ash on repel and don't even put anyone inside, that almost you know, threw a spanner in their works for sure. Back to split though, Cthulhu.
Certainly is, and just looking at the overall lineup for the defense, I believe the only change that we are seeing is that Castle. Actually, no, pardon. The Castle was in the first round, so pretty much just about the same, actually.
Yeah, exact same operators if I recall. We did have the final one being the mute of Dabex with the C4 kill to finish things off. Yes, they had the Pulse. Yes, they had the Castle. Yeah, I believe you're right. As for the attackers, though, Detrian on the Thermite this time. Maybe he was expecting to go back downstairs. He was on the Zafia last round, however, and it was, I want to say Maze who was on the Thermite. I could be wrong.
5 seconds left.
Could be, but either way, I'm definitely curious how will the Thermite be utilized here, because he's not really as much of a use, especially on the split side, but maybe, say, for a few hatch breachings, maybe, or maybe some of the reinforced walls, he could be quite potent.
Yeah, well, looks like Panday's got his confidence up. Wants to just come in through the front door here into lobby.
Yeah, just goes full in, and not even a single live drone actually, where it's usually preferred to be the way to be done like that. Sorry, I'm just stumbling over words the whole time, really. But yeah, if Panday can get a live drone going for him, that will be a very deadly combination out here.
Yeah, especially he's going to start putting pressure on the bomb site so early into the round. Like, the players are going to be trying to gather what information they can and figure out Panday's position here.
Yeah, well, Jackal should just allow to do that at least. That is the ping on to Coley, and that is the Pulse, who will be just pretty much staying steadfast right on the bottom side. So for now, for Valor, really, they just need to go in for the push, really. They need to find that aggression.
Here we go, Panday. He's got no fear. He's heading right on in. Ash has opened the castle barricade. Alright, now he's going to retreat just a little bit, but this is definitely a hit onto this bottom site here, Cthulhu.
Yeah, this certainly does look like it. They did actually do a similar case, a similar thing on the first round, where they took control of the lockers and then from there went for that kind of pry open push from two sides into the servers and archives. So could very much be a similar case here, and I'm curious whether 1122 will be actually prepared for that very case.
Oh, they are holding down these angles very nicely, though. Cthulhu Flashbang is going to come on out, but they need to force their way through just these single doors, which are being held. Coley probably going to be the first one to face. Oh, we're going to see the angle, but no, it's Panday and Maze to find the frags. Jimmy's there to trade on back, but I don't know how Coley managed to lose that one. We're also going to see the mute on site of of Dabex fall down. Edmund to trade back onto Panday. Has the attack gone upstairs now? No, here's the gridlock on site, but she's going to find that frag. All up to Jimmy's. He's full HP. He is the doc, so he can heal himself back up. However, 1 on 3. We saw it in the first round, but from Dabex, can Jimmy's do it too?
The main adjustment here that Valor actually did is bring in a Twitch, and all the pre-fires are coming out. Jimmy is being a little bit scared and put on the back foot here, trying to figure out what exactly to do, because you have 2 attackers right on the side and 1 attacker on the Visa side. And so right now, that was actually landed a very nice shot onto Skitter to kind of make things a little bit easier, but with already the timer being gone halfway through.
Yeah, he needs to go.
Yeah, he needs to go. He needs to go full send, but I don't think that's going to happen really out here.
Yeah, no chance to. I don't think he can even get to the diffuser and defuse in time at this point. He thinks the diffuser was on the top floor. It was not, and he's what's right on the middle floor, and that's going to be Valor taking that round and taking the lead.
Indeed, they do. As it was a pretty decent start overall for Valor. We are going on to round 6, and right now for Valor, they're in a favorable position. If they do manage to get a say a 4-2 scoreline in their favor whilst being on attack, that is definitely going to give them quite a whole lot of confidence going into the second half of Consulate.
Yeah, definitely have to agree with you there, Cthulhu. Console office meeting rooms to top floor. They have a 1-1 history on this bomb site, 1122.
Yeah, right now the main thing is the fact that when 1122 lost, it was the first attempt when Valor kind of showed that they just prefer to stay around the windows and then repel in at the pretty much the moment all of the ruckus is starting being stirred up. But I do want to say that for Valor right now, they need to change it up, because 1122 did manage to adapt pretty quickly to that kind of playstyle and that attempt, that kind of take for the top floor.
Yeah, well, final attempt. I think 1122 are going to be disappointed, even if this ends up as a 3-3 on this half, Cthulhu.
Yeah, for 1122, they would want a scoreline of 4-2 in their favor, because usually defense is the one that is much more favored, but right now that is far from the case, really, Sam.
Yeah, it's definitely been very much in favor of Valor. Like, as I said, coming into this week, I was kind of expecting a 1122 victory. Oh, it's still on the cards, though. We can't take anything away just yet.
Oh, yeah, certainly. Well, for now, it seems for 1122, it's just about a similar case. Skitter is this time going to be the one contesting, actually, the meeting room window. But instead just prompts to kind of keep rappelling up to the window and see if he can maybe stir some trouble from up top, rather.
Yeah, well, there's CTZ taking a lot of damage. Sounded like the Ash on one of the windows. It's going to be the Ash charge that I think he was trying to use to follow that kill up. But, it's going to mistime it. Oh, there's some revenge. Sweet, sweet revenge from CTZ. He took some damage and sent it back with interest.
Yeah, I mean, that was a fantastic trade-off, and CTZ definitely, albeit a little bit of an extra ballsy decision to go in for that peak, certainly seemed to have worked out pretty well, all things considered.
Yeah, one of the things it looks like they're trying to get done is their Jaeger playing downstairs, and Detrian, surely you get that? No! Coley, quick double and Detrian, oh no.
Oh no. Detrian, how? That was not supposed to happen there as well, and Dab is just reinforcing on that advantage here. Just leaving in a 1v5 situation for Maze, and right now this is just an atrocity of a round right now for Valor.
Yeah, Valor. They're going to be SMHing their heads, that's for sure. Looks like Dabex wants to go for this run out. That's the point I was about to make. Like, on this bomb site, they just play Dabex in a position where he can potentially go for runouts. There's going to be one, and finished up there by CTZ. Flawless round for 1122 to close out the half here. Oof.
I want to say that Detrian's missing that shot onto Valkyrie pretty much cost Valor their round.
It didn't so much as cost them, I'd say, as in it
At the very least, cost them the take of the admin as well as the reception area where they could have made the play from.
Yeah, well, I'd say that I'm just trying to think of the right word. It set it in stone how the round was going to go. It finalised it, right? Like it was the finishing blow in their round. Whereas, it could have gone either way from that point. However, when Detrian missed, that's when it was set in stone, I suppose, that 1-1-2-2 were winning that one. Of course, there could have been a nuts clutch.
By attackers.
Could have been,
Could have been.
but we won't be seeing it, at least just yet, from this side.
Yeah, we don't deal in potentials. We're casters.
Essentially. Essentially, exactly. English is hard, man.
I'm sure.
Have located a bomb.
But I mean, I gotta say, still a very good showcase from 1-1-2-2, managing to essentially adapt to how Valor, especially on the top floor, perform, and manage to find each and every play and each and every mistake that they could play off. Now, main curiosity for me here is, can Valor respond back onto 1-1-2-2 and get themselves that advantage going, or whether it's just going to be a full-on steamroll by 1-1-2-2's offense.
Look at this. Detrian going for the spawn pick with the pistol. Of course, the
He
Scorpion
does know that.
does have a lot of kick.
Well, Scorpion actually did get a recoil buff as of recently. Ooh. And they're getting a little bit angsty about that window and waiting for the right moment to push and peek. But a crossfire from the other side will be getting rid of him, as Jimmy does pick up a nice headshot.
Look at how aggressive they were getting there, Valor. They were really hoping to get a kill off of that, but they weren't able to succeed in the end. And yeah, man advantage 1-1-2-2, and here we go. The rappel on in. Look how quickly they're getting in the building here. 1-1-2-2.
Exactly. Yeah, I was just noting that in my notebook that comparative to Valor, 1-1-2-2 had a very confident push into the admin. That's where they're going to be playing off, and that's where they're going to be going in for the big brain plays.
Oh, Jimmy's can't quite land the shot. However, that's a great pre-fire. JDF shut down. 5-on-3 now. 1-1-2-2 comfortably in charge of this round.
Yeah, and that's what I like about 1-1-2-2. They know how to set their pace, especially on offense. The side that usually is being kind of missed out by a whole lot of teams, but not 1-1-2-2.
There we go, Dabex to find Skidder, and a grenade to shut down Detrian, all up to Maze. This is going to be 2 flawless rounds in a row here. Cthulhu Plant's going to be started.
Boy.
Maze could try and deny that. No flawless as he finds the headshot on Nicole, but he is shut down in the end there. Jimmy's with that kill, and that will beat 1-1-2-2, taking the lead once again.
It seems to be a bit of a game of tennis with all of the points being thrown back and forth, really. We started off with 1-1-2-2 winning the first round, and it kind of been back and forth, resulting in a draw in the first half. But now, yeah, like you said, 1-1-2-2 claiming the lead within 1 point. But now there's the question, can they keep up their momentum? Because that team is very much, at least in my opinion, is very much all about that momentum, how aggressive can they be, how much initial ground can they take before they're going to make those extra ballsy pushes.
And well, Valor deciding not to reattempt that top floor bomb site. They're going to go to the garage cafeteria. I suppose, the stock standard rotating bomb sites on this map, isn't it?
Defused by attackers.
Yeah, garage is definitely much more standardized comparative to, say, even console office to a certain point, or even well, probably the main comparison will be the Visa and the Archives being one of the newest sites. But yeah, Valor, I believe they well, they could have some maybe extra. They could go for a roam upstairs, potentially just try to deny as much time as possible, because for 1-1-2-2 they're going to be most definitely going for a top-down push and clear, and the first essentially target for them is going to be those admin offices.
Attackers are heading out to
Cam in
the bomb.
position.
Defender has
Oh,
left the
2
area
quick
alive.
black eyes going outside. Did I hear one of them break? I'm not quite sure.
Could be.
So maybe one of them was destroyed for going potentially too far.
Or maybe 1-1-2 to actually shut it out. Oh, a pre-fire will be downing.
No, he's not
Damex
down.
to-
He's, very low.
I mean, yeah, putting him on a very minimal amount of health, really, which will be forcing him to be a little bit more cautious. But Detrian with a nice shot and actually a bit of a trade going onto Edmund will be leaving Valkyrie in the down state.
Yeah, and Panday to finish off Coley as well. So this is much, much better from Valor. Quick, aggressive pushes on these players have completely shut them down. There's CTZ. That's 2 players on the ground now for Valor. Oh, I think he's also found it, but here's Panday on the flank, going to try and get that trade, but CTZ can be watching, so he'll fall on back. I think they're well aware of his position down there.
Yeah, but the main issue right now for 1-1-2-2 is the fact that 2 of the attackers are currently pretty low on health, whereas all 3 of the Valor players are pretty much on full health.
Yeah, they're definitely playing very aggressive. Dabex hasn't even used a single exothermic charge yet. There is the Bandit up on the board to deny. And I think Panday is going to start to be in a world of hurt once they drone out his exact positioning. CTZ to help support. The drone has spotted him. He's going to run, takes out the drone, watching the hatch, but oh, CTZ can't land the killing blow, but he's done lots of damage there.
Yeah, Band-Aid just dodged a fair few bullets, and his death, at the very least, did manage to cop a fair bit of damage as well for all the trouble. The C4 from Skitter, though, will be getting rid of CDZ and will be leaving 1-1-2-2 at a very difficult position here.
Yeah, gonna open up this wall to open up the hatch. Oh, was the player seen? At least the ADS system was. They're gonna have to go here, Cthulhu.
Oh yeah, they definitely need to go out here, because with 30 seconds left to go, things will start getting heated up very quickly, and Valor, the remainder of all the players will be actually forfeiting back to their positions. Free entry for 1-1-2-2, but with the explosion going, there's the momentum, but the mowdown nearly happened for the Legion player, and it is a 1v2 situation. There's the down, there's the kill, and Valor reclaim back the draw.
Yep, back and forth. A slogfest. There was a period where both teams won 2 rounds in a row, of course, but it's definitely been a very back and forth matchup.
Oh yeah, most certainly. It's been a bit more on the confident side for 1-1-2-2, but the moment you see the rounds being won by Valor, you can see that stark difference within the performance. On the times when 1-1-2-2 wins, it's them through and through dictating that pace. Whereas on the side of Valor, well, we both saw it at the very beginning. They've applied that extra aggression, extra pressure, went for that fairly successful spawn peak to damage Dabex to a fairly low health.
Yeah.
And kind of from there, it just went on and on and on. Just both, all of the players just taking those very confident peaks, those very confident firefights, and you could see that.
Yeah, I was going to say, it was super aggressive from Valor at the start of last round. They were taking fights left, right, center, top floor, middle floor, you name it. Back to defending this top floor, though. Remember, it was a very convincing 1-1-2-2 round. They were very quick. Change up in operators, though. We're going to see Detrian on the Goyo. We haven't seen him yet this matchup.
Not at all, and Goyo has been seeing a slight increase more and more, actually, of his popularity, just due to more teams starting to adapt his utility into the strats. And I gotta say, personally, I definitely like what I see with all of the usage of the Vulcan shields, just because they have that kind of extra utility to them. You can use them as those bulletproof shields, as well as the entry denial.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I was going to say, he's almost like Castle in the fact that he's got 3 barricades, and they have kind of similar but different, same but different kind of uses. And this is going to be admin office under pressure, and there's Panday to find 1. Can he find 2? No. Completely shut down as CTZ also found Detrian. Maze is still trying to hold on to admin here, though. They are putting a lot of utility or manpower, I suppose, onto this side of the map. Maze able to wriggle on out there.
Yeah, more manpower definitely worked out pretty well in favor of 1122. As trading out a Thermite for Goyo and a Jaeger, I'd say that's a pretty fair trade.
Thing is, the Thermite on this bomb site isn't exactly super useful. Like, you'd want a Hibana at least, whereas the Thermite is great downstairs. But, you know, they still have the man advantage, Team 1122, and I think, you know, they'll be pretty happy about that.
Yeah, plus those Thatcher grenades definitely should be allowing the attacking side to get rid of the ADSs, which in return will allow Sledge and Zafir, for that matter, actually to get rid of those Goyer shields. So, all in all, this is shaping up to be a pretty decent push, as well as the fact that there is half a round remaining. So, 1122 can go for pretty intricate takes and even go for a few rotations.
Yeah, there's another Goyo shield shot down by Maze just to try and slow them down. Might have popped it a bit too early, as there's still plenty of time on the clock.
Yeah, with clock already at the minute timer right now, Maze starts to get a little bit extra angsty, whereas on the side of 1122 they are being pretty calm. They're waiting for Coley to go in for the peek and see if he can maybe gather some information, or better yet, even maybe net himself a kill, but that's not the case out here. He just wants to get onto that balcony and wants to go in potentially for that push if his teammates will be able to cover him.
If someone were to repel on the console windows, they'd get like 2 free kills right now for 1122. That's the final Goyo shield going on down, however. Coley gonna stand on the connector window, gonna try and ensure there's a crossfire so they can start getting this plant down. CTZ surely jumps in. Yes, here we go. Goes to the corner, starts the plant. Sounds like, oh, it was out of breach charge. There we go.
Yeah, there we go. CTZ will be going in for the plant. Not a single person has yet denied the plant, and the plant is down with all the flurry of kills about to start coming out. Coley with a nice frag, as well as that of spray down. Oh, just missing out right onto the door frame, but with all of the chaos ensuing, 1122 will be the ones to claim the round once again.
Oh, that's nice. Good information passing. Did you see the kills on 1122? They are so close together.
Oh yeah, they were just.
I think it was 4
one
8s
after
and a
another.
7. Yeah.
Yeah. But with that in mind, 1122 put themselves at a precipice of netting a match point, which would ensure them, if they are to get within the next round, they will ensure themselves at the very least a single point to come out of this first map.
Yeah, well, 1122, they're going to be attacking this top floor console meeting room once again. Right, and they are 2 for 2 in victories on it. Valor really having trouble to defend it, but it looks like they don't want to go to any of their third choices before they can go back to Garage.
Yeah, I mean, that's actually a pretty good note you made there with the fact that the Garage is much more favorable for Valor's defense. But yeah, console, they need to do something about it. They need to either put again more pressure on for the outside game, or just put more utility probably towards the admin, because admin office keeps on being taken in a very confident manner, and not a single operator has been able to really contest that well on the side of defense.
Yeah, I think Valor might want to potentially just play below with some C4s. Like we see Panday on the pulse, maybe that's what they're going to do. Okay, we have Detrian down here, right? Like, I think you're much better off. Oh, this is a sneaky position.
Ooh,
like, just giving them the
okay.
ground if they're taking it that aggressively.
Yeah, I mean, that could be a very good bait as well, like to just kind of get them into that comfortable position and then see if you can go for those plays. Detrian right now
he's
is
got
in
impact.
such a good position. Yeah, he's got the impact. He can go for that run out, but I don't think... Wait, is he going to go...
Oh, that's an
Oh,
angle.
wait, no. Okay, that's an angle and a half. Shout out to Nico.
I'm gonna have to take that angle, I reckon. That's nice. Yeah, if Detrian only knew he could run out right now. Panday's gonna come on down with the scanner for information, though.
Just a little bit too late, as Coley will be the one to claim Maze's life. So that will be essentially the physical kind of presence off the board on admin, but Dab actually decides to go in for the push, saying, "Hey, let me really quickly get some traction here in the Visa office and maybe get some frags in here." He does know about the Pulse's position, but won't be landing any shots whatsoever.
Yeah, he's shooting the outline of the Pulse there, wasn't he? Couldn't land anything. Coley's gonna drive his drone right into his face.
Imagine that, though.
5 damage.
5 damage just to smacking yourself or the teammate with a drone. As it is, actually, Dab is going for a pretty interesting push. While the rest of his team applying pressure on the top floor, it is just him
Bomb located by attackers.
being a solo player on the ground floor that could actually engage with the Vigil pretty quickly.
Well, he has taken a lot of damage. C4 is going to come out from Panday, but Deadtrium will shut him on down. So there we go. Dabex trying to deny rotations has been denied his life.
Yeah, the Thermite solo push didn't really work out, or for the better yet, actually, probably just managed to kind of distract the defenders for a little bit. But oh my sweet Jesus, Panday and Detrian just doing some fantastic work here and denying any push whatsoever for 1-1-2-2. Fantastic play by Valor at the last moment, as they do bring us back to a draw once again.
Yeah, there we go. Valor showing up in that round. It did look a bit sketchy at the start. They did lose the first frag, but it was flawless from there on out. Back to Garage as well, which is their stomping ground almost. Remember, they were very aggressive.
Oh yeah, if they manage to pull off the very same aggression, Valor will be in advantage here.
You know, I think like the best way to describe these two teams is they're like lumberjacks, right? Or you know, you've got surgeons, which are nice and surgical, and then you got hatchet jobs, right, where they just hack away and get what they want with, you know, not really worried about minimizing damage or risk, right? Like they just go right on in there, and it's both teams, isn't it?
Yeah, that's for the both teams really. They kind of essentially go, yeah, we'll grab these operators. We'll throw it out there. We'll see how things will go. If it goes, we'll take it. We'll take it by a mile rather than a meter. And if it doesn't work, we'll have a couple more rounds maybe.
Well, 5-5, so we are going all the way in this matchup. 12 rounds confirmed. It's just if one ends up as 7 or it ends up with 6-6 apiece.
Seconds remaining.
And this very much has the potential of a 6-6
Yes.
finish, but I'm rather more questioning even, will either of the teams be able to net themselves those 3 points on maybe map number 2? Because usually within Southeast Asia, I've noticed a bit of a trend that first map is one of those really kind of grindy, really close ones, and then on the second map it's just complete shutout.
Yeah, well, we'll see. For the sake of my bedtime, you know.
Yeah, similar case for me, honestly. But ain't no rest for the wicked.
Yeah, ain't no rest for the wicked, and we are wicked sick, bro.
Oh heck yeah!
Heck yeah.
I nearly said the wrong one, but for now though, we're getting back to the match and all outside, away from the memes. It is once again an admin take by 1-1-2-2.
Yeah, downstairs they're going to be clearing top down all the way. What vertical pressure can they apply? They've got the Sledge. They also have the Zofia. IQ can sit there with their scanner as well. So they're going to probably want to take Piano and start bringing the Herd. But remember, it was the Roamers last time that just shut them all down until it was a 2-on-3 and they just had to yeet and skeet through the door.
Yeah, well, for now it is actually not a single person, actually, I believe, on the top floor. So that is free reign up around here. Admin actually does notice some presence in the main lobby and will be getting rid of him pretty swiftly. That's Panday off board, and that is Jaeger that waved just right now goodbye.
Yeah, Panday's been an impact player for Valor, and he's going to be a spectator in this one. The C4 through the floor. Does not do any damage, but it's going to be Coley to shut down these bandit batteries, allow the thermite charge to go off. Another C4, not connecting with anything here, Cthulhu.
I think that's only one more C4 is actually being remaining here for, I believe that will be Mozzie actually. And as it stands really with 50 seconds to go, time is slowly starting to run down, but the breach will be very much successful out here.
Coley!
Oh, come on, Coley! Oh, this is, please, come on, you can do it. No, can't connect. He knows he's there.
It's like colouring in. You got to get between the lines, but JDF's going to go low, same as Skidder. Coley, he's not going to be happy with that one as Detrian's also going to fall. Skidder has been downed. This is looking great for 1122 as they are all still at full HP. As I say that, however, Maze, he's going to find the back of CTZ. 15 seconds and they need to go for a plant here.
No, he's doing badly right now with barely any time remaining. Dab is actually going to be the one to try to contest. Nice shot by the Thatcher will be allowing yet another kill. And Coley didn't get rid of Skidder. There it is. There's all the fall apart of the Valor. And 1122 does manage to get themselves the match point and guarantee 1 point.
Yeah, 1 point guaranteed there. We saw the kills once again. I think it was a split between 10 and 7 there for 1122. Very close together.
Indeed it is. Now here's the main question. Will Valor be able to push it back into a draw? Or will 1122 say, okay, we're just gonna plow through the defense once again?
Well, statistically...
get those 3 points and just roll away.
Statistically, they've got a 50-50 chance, right? They've won Garage once, they've lost it once. So, you know, that's all we really have to go off here.
But there is a trend so far that the first attempt when they tried to play, they lost it because they didn't really know what to really expect from Valor on the defense. And Valor went really full on with their aggression. Last time in the previous round, Valor was very mild about their aggression. They definitely dialed it down a little bit. And that allowed 1122 to essentially establish a very solid control first in the top floor, then the ground floor, and then from there on, easy breach and the plant. So for 1122, they have that trend essentially. They test out the water on the first attempt for each one of the plants, and then essentially go for readjustments.
Yeah, that's true. So you're favoring 1122 here.
Honestly, yeah, I'm starting to get on board with train of 1122 rather than Valor, just for the sheer fact that 1122 saw much more adaptation from them.
Could you say than Valor? You are on the 1122 train?
Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one. It's definitely going full on choo-choo if they manage to actually net themselves those 3 points in this map.
Well, I'm quite proud of that one. Well, top down once again. Coley taking the Skylight. CTZ going to be droning out admin, copy, etc., etc.
Yeah, just about actually the same turnout. Dab is just waiting at the main entrance just to see if maybe there's going to be any runouts or anything. And yeah, so far so good. Pretty stable push and clear by 1122.
You know, I think 1122 are going to want to be getting Panday off the board. He's the impact player for Valor, the power player.
Yeah, he's definitely been a power player whenever Valor were netting themselves the wins in a round. So I definitely have to agree with you here. Panday is definitely their kind of target number 1 right now.
You know, he's going to be retreating back to the bomb site. You can feel the pressure, how tense it is right now, Cthulhu. No player wants to be the one to throw their life away and start the snowball to one side or the other. They're both being very cautious. You see Yellow Stairs door opened up. Surely Coley's going to get on into Piano in just a moment and start sledging up that floor.
Yeah, well, they have the full control of the antechamber as well as the piano, so maybe this could be the play here. But Detrian with the kite trick could very much... Ooh, unfortunate for him, won't be the case, as just missing out by a second. with the Electro Claw will be going down. Oh, a peek by CDZ will, but by Maze will be netting himself a nice frag onto CDZ, as well as Kidder actually getting rid of Choli, rather Coley. So 5v3, well, make it 5v2, I believe, as Thatcher just about going down.
So he's going to be up, but oh no, that C4 is going to do so much damage, all up to Dabex, and he's going to be shut down. Valor do indeed bring it back to a draw, Cthulhu. Well, I suppose, you know, sometimes stats lie.
Certainly do, as a very good return by Valor Esports. Do manage to draw it out, so better 1 point than nothing, really, at this point. And definitely a close matchup.
Yeah, we can see in the kills there, 11-10, between 11 and 7 there for 1122, whereas the split on Valor was 10-5. So I don't know, all members definitely showing up. Panday definitely showing up there for Valor, but everyone on 1122 was firing on all cylinders. I suppose it just shows how what's the word I'm looking for there? How good their teamwork is, right? Because that's what's getting them the kills.
Oh yeah. Yeah, the coordination by Valor was definitely very formidable, as well as actually for 1122. They were able to show some very good adaptations on their defense, even offense, but ultimately at the end of the map, it's a draw. Both teams managed to get themselves a point each, and, well, could have been better, could have been worse, but, I mean, well played.
Yeah, draw in the end. We can't really delve too much into that because that's the result. I don't know. I suppose we could say that, you know, Valor did lose a round to a 1v3 clutch. And you know, if that goes the other way, we're looking at a completely different result. But yeah, 6-6. I think that's fair for how both teams played.
It's definitely it's fair. It definitely shows that they are on kind of equal level playing field here.
Yeah, of course. I believe we'll be heading to break in just a moment as we get the next matchup ready. Cthulhu, what's the key to the second matchup? Do you reckon it's just getting Panday firing for Valor?
Yeah, for Valor, get Panday firing, get the teamwork going, get those C4 kills initially, and just kind of catch 1122 on their mistakes on the push and just that over aggressiveness.
Yeah, 100%. What about for 1122? Just more of the same but better?
Yeah, more of the same and better. Just the way how they've confidently taken the initial kind of positions within the map definitely helped them quite substantially, and that's exactly what they need to enforce here. Yeah,
they looked great on their attacks, or at least when their attacks worked, right?
Yeah.
And I think it was definitely a lot about getting that first pick for 1122. That definitely gave them the confidence in those rounds for sure.
Yeah, it gave them that initial momentum, essentially, to kind of to snowball this further on. Yeah. Especially when they managed to get rid of the Panday and stuff, like getting those impact players off the board early into the round is pretty much the key here.
Well, we will be heading to a break, guys. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
searching for some meaning to explain what he's feeling. She walks alone, she shelters far from the light. She's seeking validation. She's so tired of waiting. Yeah, I got the feeling you've been expecting me. No chance encounter, right here's where you're meant to be. Our paths are crossing just in the nick of time. If you need to leave me, I'll be right by your side. Are we strangers in the night?
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Just saw that first matchup end in a 6-6 draw between Valor and 1122 Cthulhu. We got another one here. How are we feeling?
Oh yeah, I'm feeling actually pretty interested to see how things will go out for map number 2. Both of the teams on a equal playing field here, and it certainly seems like they might just go into yet another draw, but that's all really dependable on the maps.
Yeah, it does seem like both these teams are very well matched up, but speaking of maps, we're going to find out where we're going. Band phase going to be coming on out in just a moment here. Villa Clubhouse band out first, followed by Coastline, which is Valor's choice. Consulate, which 1122 decided they don't want to play again, even though they had a very good showing. I suppose Valor did as well.
Yeah, it was a decent showing on both sides. So, the Border being banned out, as we are just being left out with the two maps, as Cafe is gone, and Bank will be the big choice here.
Yeah, Bank is where we're going to play. I'm going to try and pull off a heist.
Well, it could certainly be actually the heist, especially for 1122, considering they were the ones that actually had pretty good success on Bank against 200 Degrees, albeit that it was a 7-5 scoreline comparative to what was also played by them against 200 Degrees on Clubhouse, which was 7-2.
Alright, so are you still thinking that it's going to be even, or are you thinking one team's going to run away with this? Like you said, that's kind of an SEA trend.
I'd probably go with 1122 this time, just for the sheer fact that overall, in my opinion, yes, the kind of the scoreline does show that it's a draw, but 1122 just felt more confident on their pushes. They were both on attack, on defense. They left that impression of being pretty much, they knew how most of their things will work out. Whereas on the side of Valor, it's been kind of a bit of a coin toss almost.
Yeah, I suppose I feel that 1122 just played a bit better, a tiny bit better. Like they still ended up with the draw, but I think they might have, just teensy bit, teensy bit.
Yeah, just a tiny bit.
I also think a big factor is who's going to be starting on defense in this matchup. Especially, we talk about defensive-sidedness all the time. Whereas, I think Bank is one of those ones that you can definitely look into it. But enough speculating. We can get into the map here on Bank. Team 1122 versus Valor. Let's go.
Let's go indeed with Valor starting off on defense here. It's could be pretty decent beginning for Valor if they manage to bring this all the way for themselves. But for now, ban phase will be bringing us the first ban that is now a Thermite, interestingly enough.
Yeah, Hibana's normally the hard breacher we see get banned out. I wonder if 1122 are going to compound it with another hard breach ban, or are they going to go for something else? Maybe a Jackal, although he's not as powerful since his latest nerf, of course. What else?
I mean, he's still in a very pretty well coordinated team. He's still a very deadly weapon. But yeah, I definitely will agree with you. Interestingly enough, it is Dokkaebi that is being banned out by 1122, which I'd imagine just they don't want that extra kind of utility to get rid of their cameras, to get rid of just their freedom of roaming, maybe.
Yeah, I wonder if we're going to see the Echo Maestro combo banned once again. So there's the Echo, of course.
Yeah, Echo being freshly nerfed as well, especially against Dokkaebi.
Yes, that's what I was thinking as well. Like,
Yeah.
maybe they're banning the Dokkaebi because they, want to be able to use their Echo drones when the execute's coming. But then they, backed it up with an Echo ban, and there is that Maestro ban that I was talking about, kind of expecting, I suppose. So in a ban phase, there we go: Thermite, Dokkaebi, Echo, Maestro.
Yeah, a bit of a interesting ban phase because defensive bans, at least in between those two teams, pretty much now stock standard. Echo Maestro, they did the same thing on Consulate.
Yes.
Whereas Thermite and Dokkaebi, two of those kind of operators that you quite rarely see banned, really. And like you mentioned before, Hibana will be probably a much better choice, just considering the fact that she's usually the one that offers much more flexibility on where do you want to use the breaching charges.
They are taking both the hard breaches available, Hibana and the Maverick. I'm going to see the Warden picked up, so Panda going to be trying to hold on to those blue stairs, service stairs.
Yeah, I was just actually about to mention that. The blue stairs will definitely be one of the spots that Valor will try to hold.
Attackers need to locate
And
and defuse bombs.
I mean, it could definitely work. We did see a fair few teams actually practice the choice of Warden for the stairs, considering that his glasses can pretty much negate the effect of the flashbangs and pretty much make it way easier for him to contest those blue stairs.
Yeah, especially 1122 have the Thatcher, so they'll be able to take out any ADSs quick smart on the double. But Thatcher's another ban that we see taken quite often on Bank. However, both these teams opting not to.
Yeah, both of these teams actually utilize Thatcher quite substantially, so it will be pretty much a shot in the foot for them if they ended up banning a Thatcher on either one of those maps, really. So
Attackers are moving out to
it's still a very good counter and would definitely ensure that Warden won't be really staying for long around the blue stairs, at least utility-wise.
Do you reckon perhaps when Warden was designed, they designed him for blue stairs because he just has the perfect loadout for it? The M5901 or what? The shotgun and
Yeah,
of
the
course,
SAS shotgun.
yeah, and the secondary SMG. He can put his glasses up and he's ready to go, ready to rock and roll.
Yeah, that was. I definitely would agree. It was one of the inspirations for the creation of Warden, as he is a little bit niche about his usage, but when he does actually make things work, when he is able to hold those very narrow angles, he can be an absolute beast.
Yeah, he's a specialist, isn't he?
Oh yeah, certainly is. But interestingly enough, Detrain is actually prompting to play in the garage rather than just holding angle into CCTV. And only a singular ADS is actually on the surface stairs, rather than, I don't know, seeing usually two pieces of ADS, but just separated just far enough for the single EMP not to really get them.
Yeah, well, with a Thatcher up, I think it's not really worth it to put two there because, the EMP does have quite a large range. So there is that first ADS. There is a shield, so I'm sure we're going to see a follow-up in terms of a grenade. However, it is going to be Panda getting too aggressive and going down. They don't realize he's downed. However, that grenade's going to do some great work. Push one back. Coley going to finish one off, and he's going to get the double there onto Maze, who goes for the repeat. Coley, however, surviving just.
Yeah, well, with 3v5 situation, this is definitely not favorable right now for Valor, but they still have those mirrors, so A well-placed mirror could certainly be a deadly weapon, but I'm pretty sure that Hibana will be getting rid of it pretty quickly.
Here we go. They are almost ready to go for the execute here. 1-1-2-2 with 50 seconds on the clock. What denial is up? Not much, as that's going to be a mirror falling. That's one of the C4s. And it is all up to JDF. Coley's going to find his third as the plant is confirmed. 1v5 here for JDF. This is not looking likely.
Not at all. JDF showing already his position and will get exposed. Will be taken down by Zafia, and a flawless round to kick things off for 1-1-2-2. Jimmy steadily holding that angle pretty much ever since the mid-round happened.
Yeah, great stuff from 1-1-2-2, finding all those picks. Of course, there was that kind of iffy one with Coley where he almost went down to the, I think it was the Jaeger.
Yeah, on the surface stairs, yeah.
Yeah. Well, they're going to reattempt downstairs. You know, Panday getting a bit too antsy, peeking. Probably a little ill-advised.
Yeah, that's the problem that seems to be actually plaguing both sides. They, whenever they get a good anchor position, they would hold it for a certain amount of time, but then we'll get a little bit impatient, and that will pretty much result in, essentially their demise.
Yeah, well, here we go. Round number 2. Reattempt downstairs. What changes are there? None. Did they have the smoke last time? I'm not sure.
No, I don't think they did actually have smoke, so this is definitely going to make things a little bit easier for Valerie, considering that now the overall loadout, the roster loadout for the defense is definitely looking a bit more standardized. Yes, you don't have a mirror that could potentially help you with the plant denial, but trading her for smoke, I would wholeheartedly just bring smoke anytime.
Yeah, I agree with you. The smoke is great on this downstairs bomb site. I can't believe that they didn't have it in the first round. Looks like they're trying to go for a bit of a roam bait here, Valor, by running their pulse around all the way upstairs. He didn't see any drones, but he's going to be joining Panday on the stairs with his pulse scanner. This can be quite effective if Panday wants to peek. He can get the call from the pulse and peek at the exact spot. Also, perhaps give out calls when you know, players getting ready to grenade, if you can tell that from the heartbeat.
Yeah, that could certainly be a very useful information here, but that all could be pretty much outed by a single EMP grenade. So the defenders need to be very much wary about that possibility.
Yeah, Edmund gonna have to take his drone a different way, as there was a pest denying that.
Yeah, well, Pest for now will be staying there, and Mozzie won't be claiming a single drone. But as it stands, Panday is getting a little bit angsty out here. The EMP grenade will be getting rid of those ADSs, and pretty much free reign for Coley with the grenade to be flying out. There it is. Ooh.
And gets
and
the
another
double.
boom, actually. Oh my. Yet again, on the same position, actually. Coley gets a double kill, but this time without losing a single bit of health.
Yeah, there's Detrin to try and hold him on back, because we can hear the top hatch above him getting opened up by the Maverick. That's the word I was looking for.
Yeah, right now for Team 1122, this is just about the same, a similar, pretty much execution. Open up the hatch, get very swift control over the servers, and just essentially going for the peak and the plants, really.
Yeah, they have to be worried about this smoke, though. Do they have any of their own smokes that they can throw down to counter?
Yeah, well, with a minute to go, those smokes are still going to leave some room for the attackers to wiggle around, so certainly could work out here. Oh, wow.
Great shot from Detrin to find Dabex through the smoke. Downs the player and downs that diffuser. CTZ is going to start trying for the plant, though. The C4 coming on out, not going to find anything. Detrin, oh, he lands it with the last bullet this time into a 3-on-3. Plant has been stopped thanks to another smoke babe. Oh, that was ill-advised, Skitter.
Oh, yeah, that was a very good shot as well by Edmund just to make sure to deny. And this time Detrian will be forced to push, but will be completely denied of that one as well. As right now Edmund is being pretty much raining fire, but just like that, JDF will be getting rid of the Maverick. And in a 1v2 situation, could very much get himself the clutch here, as he is still in a fairly safe position.
Yeah, both players are on the blue stairs. He's not looking the right way, though. He's going to be shut down by Jimmy Z. And another round for 1-1-2-2 on attack. 2 very convincing rounds.
Yeah, they definitely have been very convincing. And like I said, if they manage to get that early advantage, say 4-2 scoreline, whilst being on offense, this could be very much a map into their favor, and this could very much snowball into being a fairly quick game for them for map number 2.
Well, Valor are going to change up bomb site 2 and move. This is the philosophy, of course. Going to that Executive Lounge CEO office. Very similar lineup, however, they're going to swap that Mozzie out for a Castle, and they're taking the Legion at this time. That's Maze is picking up who was on the Jaeger, which is Panday. He's taking that up. Who was on the Warden, which, really was not working for them, thanks to the Thatcher, a couple of grenades, and
Many bombs as they can.
yeah, luck, I suppose, as well. Got to make sure those grenades land.
Yeah, I definitely have to agree that the choice for Panday to actually grab the control of a Jaeger rather than Warden is definitely going to allow him to be a bit more flexible about how aggressive does he want to be. And bringing in a Castle for the top side is usually one of those becoming a little bit more of a meta kind of decision, because you castle off a few of those windows at the reception, you get a little bit more of that safe room.
Yeah, it's also a utility sponge. 1-1-2-2 going to have to use their Zofia. I suppose they could get their Maverick right up to it, but then you might as well just melee it. Can also create some more safer spots on the bomb site.
I mainly hear a fair few times, and a fair few teams actually do prefer to use it as just, whilst it is a utility sponge, it does provide that extra spacing for the defenders to move around and essentially have that extra wiggle room if a pincer is coming in full force.
Well, Dabex's drone's going to be spotted on out as Jimmy's is going to find Panday. This Panday cannot get going. This is what we spoke about, isn't it? This is the key for Valor. They need to get Panday up on the scoreboard, and it's been 3 rounds in a row where he's been the first one to fall.
Yeah, and this is not a very good right now turn of events for the poor player of Valor Esports, because yeah, like we mentioned before, he is the key aggressor, and if he does manage to pop off, he will bring Valor the big wins. But as it stands right now, losing him out fairly early, at the very least, we'll be guaranteeing that utility-wise, it won't be that much of a hit.
Oh, there we go. We're going to see Thatcher on the windows full. Maze finding the head of CTZ.
Yeah, a good peek.
Oh.
Oh, the frag grenade won't be just there, but instead Coley just decides, hey, I'm gonna go and shoot my way up and around, and does find the kill onto Maze.
Oh, Skidder, he's getting so aggressive. He's going to find the back of Coley.
There it is.
Shuts him on down, putting us into a 3-on-3. He's getting aggressive again. That's another, dropping the diffuser. He's going to jump on out. But no, it's going to be Edmund to find him, putting us back into that 2-on-2. Edmund can't land the shots, though, onto the Castle. Very close. All up to Jimmy's. 1-on-2. Make that 1-on-1, as he is going to find Detrian. So JDF versus Jimmy's. He doesn't know how close he was to shooting him through the wall, but not to be. Valor are going to finally pick up their first round.
Very good performance here by Valor. They do manage to find themselves that round after what was a very confident push by 1-1-2-2 during the CCTV play. And yeah, good job. Honestly, there wasn't a whole lot of any specific plays. Pardon, I just ended up accidentally punching the stand for the microphone. But it certainly has been a different pace of a round, especially for Valor. They were able to find those crossfires. They were able to find that aggression that they needed against 1-1-2-2, and pretty much that's what been leading the round.
Yeah, well, they're going to go back downstairs here, Valor, but they're not bringing the Warden this time. Are they going to give up service stairs a bit easier this time, perhaps? Or they're going to play it slightly differently? I suppose we'll have to see. How many players are just running upstairs right now? It was 4, but 2 have decided, oh, no, we should turn back around.
Yeah, right now, I mean, that Warden play was definitely, it was good in theory, but the way how Panday was executing it and
Yeah.
with the way how quickly was being outed by Thatcher and Buck, for that matter, pretty much ensured that they will never attempt that, at least against 1122.
Yeah, great in theory, poor in execution.
Precisely.
5 seconds to go.
They still have the smoke. Oh, they have the smoke this time again, Valor, which is great to see. And looks like they're going for a very extended roam. They want to hold on to this open area.
Okay.
Archives as well. They've got some rotates, etc. So instead of just holding on to blue stairs or service stairs, they're going to hold on to half the map.
I mean, this could very much work. We did see a few teams actually practice that, and to a certain degree, it was successful. The main issue here is, oh boy, Jimmy. Oh boy. I can show you the world.
Yeah, he can feed so much information from here as well. That's almost not fair.
Yeah, that is quite unfortunate.
Admins have to make a call now, of course, so we'll wait for that to come on through. But in the meantime, he managed to get out.
He's back. Okay. He managed to wiggle himself out literally from that.
So that
quicksand.
happened to you when we were playing the other day, didn't it?
Yeah, that was also quite something.
You'll have to ask him how to get on out of there, because
Yeah, I'll need to inquire about that, because that has been actually a fairly popular place where a whole lot of players apparently actually got stuck. So yeah, definitely need to get some suggestions there by Jimmy. But for now, to return back to the game itself, still full control of the open area, interestingly enough.
yeah, that definitely has Sloan 1122 down a bit. Edmund going to be trying to put on pressure as Detrian's going to open up, but here's Dabex. I don't think they're going to really be expecting him to jump in as boldly as he has. Although it looks like the majority of Valor may be defaulting back to site, or... Okay, JDF, he's going to be the first one to meet, and he's going to turn around at the most inopportune moment. Dabex going to find that shot. Oh, there's a free one through the hatch, though. Panday finally up on the board, shutting down Edmund, but Dab has also gotten a kill at the exact same time.
Yeah, good overall attempt to drain time, and it did it pretty well, but at a cost of the two operators, not particularly perfect, but at the same time could be much, much worse.
Maze is also trying to hide out with his Vigil device behind the server rack. I wonder how aware they're going to be of this positioning. But there's not much time for 1122 to execute. They have to get going. There is that Vigil going to forward to CTZ, and there's Jimmy finding Panday, who's getting way too aggressive, all up to Skidder on the smoke. He can deny, of course, as that's going to be another smoke, babe. We're going to see players dropping the hatches. They're going to have to start getting aggressive here.
Certainly do. Jimmy will need to start dropping down if he maybe wants to assist with the push, but as it stands, oh, Skidder does take some damage for all the trouble, but the diffuser will be completely and continuously going down to getting some even more tags through the pre-fire, through the wall, and with so many angles being contested, this is a massive issue right now for Skidder.
Yeah, Skidder. Not quite sure if he's going to be able to close it out, and no, he's not. I think Valor, they had that, but they got so aggressive, sending Panday in. Maze trying to hide behind the server rack was not successful. Valor might be kicking themselves after letting that one slip away.
Yeah, that was very close to going into the favor of Valor, but yeah, like you said, the initial kind of aggression definitely seemed to have had a bit of a misplay there.
Well,
for them.
Yeah, Valor going to try the staff room open area. That's 3 for 3 that they've lost downstairs, so definitely want to change it up, and they can't go back to their top floor, which they managed to close out in a 1v1.
I mean, staff room and open area is one of those sides that is very rarely seen, especially in Pro League. But it could very much still throw a spanner in the works of 1122 and kind of throw them off maybe the momentum a little bit, considering that not a whole lot of teams really practice this very site.
Oh, Detrian. He hears the drone, can't turn around in time, and it's going to get away scot-free. So, surely 1122 know by now that this is the bomb site. Indeed, there's a bomb located.
Yeah, they could very much know this already with plenty full of drones coming around. Maybe just maybe they might be cut off on essentially questioning, well, guys, how are we gonna go? And probably the main answer here is gonna be just go for a top-down take. There's plenty full of ground to be chipped away. There's plenty full of floor to be opened up to take control of the open area. So, I mean, from there on, you could do some very nasty stuff.
Well, top down is surely going to be the way we're going to see this round go. Edmund taking from lobby. There's Coley on the roof. Going to probably open up into stock. Here we go. You should be worried about C4s though. It's a very C4able floor. Jimmy's on the Ash. Just going to be holding down angles from the skylight. Davex on his drone. CTZ clearing out the windows with his drone as well. So,
that is actually pretty interesting. The fact that Jimmy actually prompted out of Jackal onto Ash for some more, essentially maybe firepower, but because that Jackal was working pretty well. That's some juicy info, actually. Yeah.
And thanks to the wall being opened up, they'll be able to C4 with some good degree of accuracy as well.
Yeah, if with the right call out of with the right ping, they can do some very nasty damage. But Coley from above actually will be getting rid of the castle. Fantastic vertical play. Will be ensuring the early advantage, actually.
Yeah, he's also used all his skeleton key ammos. Can't open up much more of this floor, unfortunately for him. Edmund to find Panday as well. So Valor, they're falling like flies here.
Certainly do, as right now, with already half a round to go, two of the defenders are down, and Valor on the back foot certainly could try to play off those very same openings that the attack did, but right now Maze is in a world of hurt as he just got pre-fire from two positions, and just like that, I mean, with all the pre-fires coming around, JDF is in a very bad position, considering that he just did get down. That C4 from Detrian will be claiming, though, the kill onto Dab.
Yeah, make sure there's no flawless round as he's going to be coming up from the main stairs. There we go. He's going to be taking a lot of damage, down to 20 HP. He is above, however, and they are going for the plant. He can drop this hatch, whether the plant is nowhere near him. Confirmed. And he's going to be shut down from the top of Skylight Stairs by CTZ. And there we go. This 1-1 choo-choo train goes on.
Indeed, 4-1 scoreline right now, as this is most certainly a very dominant half of attack by 1122, as those players from Hong Kong they're not giving up. They want those 3 points badly, as they are actually currently sitting on those 6 points, and they want to start pushing away as far as possible and as close as possible to that top 3 spots.
Well, back to the top floor. Now remember, Valor did win this one, albeit off the back of a 1v1. Or a 2v1, really. It was almost it was almost a clutch.
But yeah, it's one of the sites that would probably be statistically more favorable for Valor, but it was certainly a bit too close to the comfort zone. So potentially, if 1122 will essentially be able to readjust like they did before, they could very much take this round and make it 5-1 scoreline at the end of the first half.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, Panday just trying to get his camera in the right position. He really has not had too much success this map, has he? Star player for Valor.
Yeah, on the first map, he was the man that would be popping off, and whenever he would be popping off, he would be the one claiming essentially the rounds for Valor. But on this very map, he didn't really see a whole lot of success, apart from the previous few rounds where he did manage to claim at the very least just a single kill. Looking at overall that whole setup by Valor seems to be just about the same, actually, at least utility placement wise. As Jimmy this time not being on Jackal could find that kill, maybe not.
He's gone for the ACOG G36C this time.
It's still a really good gun.
Oof. Coley's going to know that there's one in stock right now. He's going to bust open one of the windows and some of the wall. Maze. Has he got an ADS with him? I think I could hear it.
I think he had one, yeah.
Let's see your frag grenades start to get cooked up, although Maze wants to get aggressive. There's another drone and oh! Jimmy's all the way from top of Skylight. Yeah, that is a good night.
Yeah, right now, from strats-wise, Panda is getting some very juicy information. But yeah, strats-wise, really not a whole lot of really mind-blowing play, really, from 1122. They're going for a stock standard push from the Skylight stairwell on the eastern side, and then go for the breach, go for the kills, and drain as much utility as possible. And that's exactly what they're doing right now.
Yeah, there's CTZ with another one. As we saw Detrian holding down the angle for anyone that jumps into stock, which Coley was thinking about. He hasn't done it yet. He's going to rotate for a different angle instead.
Rightfully so, really, because Detrian had a very nice angle onto the entrance into the stock room, and right now he will start to get pressured by the Buck player, who could actually nade the Legion pretty quickly and pretty easily, but instead it will be potentially prompting to go in for the firefight. There's the potential peak, but it is instead Dab that will be getting JDF off the board.
Yeah, Detrian, he's been dancing with Coley here. Neither of them really committing, but if Coley jumps into stock right now, he's going to have a player for free. There's Skidder to find Jimmy's, though. He's going to rotate back around. Detrian to find CTZ as well. And there's another one, Cthulhu. This has fallen apart here for 1122. From a 5-on-2 to a 2v2, 2-2, and 1v2 as Skidder gets the triple. This is not great.
Not at all, but Dab still has something to say about that 1v1 situation, as right now 13 seconds left to go. Skidder just needs to play it safe. He needs to run away from those kills, and with the Hibana, will be actually attempting to go in for the diffuser. I don't think Skidder will be knowledgeable. Oh no, what are you doing? Oh, that he had the full side as well, and I don't think Skidder was actually too knowledgeable about the potential plan. But just like that, it is a 4-2 scoreline of a mistake of a 1122 player.
Yeah, Dabex should have just held that plant. Of course, we can say it with our hindsight 2020 vision and of course the X-ray that we got going on. But when he watches back this VOD, he'll be saying, "Oh, if only I'd held it." Though we don't know what information's getting fed to him. Like maybe someone's saying, "Oh, he's coming for you."
Yeah, it could be very much that. They could have heard maybe on one of the drones that there were a few footsteps here and there, so maybe they were expecting a full-on push and wouldn't be able to make it. So that could very much be the case here. That's very true. But round 7 will be seeing us a switch of the roles between the two teams, and now it is 1122 on the defense, and the first choice is the CCTV.
To be fair, though, like we can't take much away from Skidder. That whole round was completely won by him.
Oh yeah,
he pulled up with a triple. 1122 are going to be very frustrated that they weren't able to shut him down, and Skidder's going to be like, "Yep, that's one for the highlight reel."
Yeah, it's definitely even, and maybe it could be shown by the ESL highlights on Twitter, so that's extra clout as well, potentially. But interestingly enough, they are doing a little bit of that expansion with the utility onto servers just to deny that initial kind of droning.
Yeah,
but not a single manpower, or not a single man actually just around the server.
You don't really want them to just drone out and take your servers straight away if you're not going to be holding anyone in there. Yeah. That's what that mute would be for. But Valor are going to be doing it properly. They're going to take from the top and start their way down. They do have the Jackal on board, so you can go toe hunting.
Yeah, I mean, top-down clear is pretty much as safe of a bet as you can get, really, especially when you're on offense. Make sure you don't have anyone roaming up above. Make sure you don't have anyone having any tricks up their sleeve on the ground floor, and then from here on, you pretty much have free reins as to how do you want to approach the push.
Looks like Team 1122 are doing a very similar strat to what we saw Valor do in their first 2 rounds, but they're not taking the water, and they've got the mute there holding down. Thatcher, of course, is up, so those mute jammers and ADSs can be denied very quickly. I think that's what Skitter's making his rotate over here to do.
Right now, what I do reckon is the moment that EMP grenade is going to come off, you need to start forfeiting that position. You need to run as quickly as you can, because right now, with all the peaks will be happening, but it is Edmund actually just decides, no, I'm going to stick it. I'm going to contest that angle, and rightfully so, he does actually net himself a nice kill onto Zofia.
Yeah, where's the follow-up utility? They don't have any grenades, Cthulhu.
Yeah, that is exactly what is missing here, and if there were any grenades, that would be able to find a very nice kill. Oh, wow. Fantastic angle by Coley, though, to get rid of Detrian. And the attack is falling apart very, very quickly.
Yeah, they decided we'll just send one player in to try and trade on out. Here's another flash, another smoke, babe, and that's going to be another for Edmund. JDF, you know, if they're going to go, they all need to go together, so we can't take them all with the shotgun rather than just one at a time.
Yeah, it's definitely the success of this round will be definitely based off the fact how unprepared Valor were for that push and maybe way too reliant on those firefights. But it stands with the 2 players remaining against the 5 of 1122. Certainly seems that they have backed out completely from that plan.
They got 2 shotguns there now as Maze is going to be coming in through the sewer tunnel. He might catch this Mozzie off guard of Coley if he's not aware that someone's coming on through, but that's going to be Skitter to find the kill, in fact, from above, the way that Coley was looking. Oh, Skitter to find one on the stairs, but CTZ's there to trade him on back. And Maze can't close that one on out. CTZ's there to shut him down. That round was never really in doubt, but you know, there was a point where we started to feel it start to slip away.
Yeah, there was that slight moment when Valor could have potentially brought it back, but that didn't happen really. 5-2 scoreline, and 1122 are just not letting it slip like it did on Consulate, really.
Yeah, they got stalled out there, Valor, didn't they? They had no way to deal with it, and they sent in players one by one. At least send 3 or something, trade them out. Shotgun can't kill them all. Well,
yeah, if you try to overwhelm at least with manpower, or at the very least go in for the push, say, start pressuring the server, start pressuring the hatch, start pressuring the stairs, then you have that winning combo. If you don't have those grenades, that's where your issues start happening, really.
Yeah, the grenades is what they were sorely missing there, wasn't it?
Yeah, because if you're going for that very head-on, essentially, push onto those service stairs, you need those grenades, because any other way, essentially, that won't really work. Yes, flashbangs could potentially help there. Stuns didn't really work. We saw that very example happen in the previous round. It didn't really phase the defender out there on the service stairs whatsoever. So really, since they didn't have that grenade, they should have went for just a bit more kind of spread out push.
Well, Jimmy's taking the P90.
Oh my.
Taking a note from Dino's book there.
The Dino has been pretty much a walking clip machine for all the highlight reels, really.
Well, Valor taking some long angles. They've got a Blackbeard who can sit on these windows and be quite effective. 1122 might feel like if they can jump out and kill him and get traded, that's worth.
Yeah, looking at the previous attempt, CEO Office was played out by 1122. They ended up losing just due to the fact that I believe that was Dab that didn't just stick to the plan and ended up running out of time. So maybe this time 1122 will be able to adapt pretty well. A very nice set of damage has been dealt to Coley, actually, and we'll be getting rid of the mirror as well.
Oh, that's one BB shield down though as well, and there's going to be that jump out that I was speaking about. They cannot let that Blackbeard sit there, and he's going to try and hide in the corner here. I'm not sure if there is a player nearby to try and shut him on down.
Yeah, I don't think there's anyone that is actually going to be hunting for him, at least just yet.
I think if he tries to escape, someone's going to peek from the windows.
Oh yeah, that could be the case here potentially, but as it stands right now, he is out of the play, so it is essentially a 3v4 on site.
Yeah, but at some point they are going to have to execute. It looks like Maze is going to be running
boy.
for him, and he was looking the wrong way. There we go, shut down. Nice pre-fire there. Of course, he's got the little red signal saying where he is. But I think 1122 are going to be happy with getting rid of that Blackbeard.
Yeah, but at what cost though? Losing initially a Mira and then losing a Jaeger who could have actually rotated pretty safely. I'd say that it could have been a much better turnout if Dab just prompted quickly out of that position, as Panda does manage to find the kill into CD, and just like that, the whole defense is just falling apart really out here.
Yeah, Jimmy's all on his own. 2 stim pistols left. He can keep shooting with that P90. Uses all his bullets to down Panday, but now it's a 1-on-3, and they know exactly where he is. We hear an air jab come out. I'm going to try and lock his position down even further. He's going to stim himself all the way up. Yeah,
but that won't be that won't be helping him in any way at all, as that train will just be finding a nice doink right onto his head. That is a very clean shot as well, but just let it, it's a 5-3, still 2 points difference in favor of 1122, so they have that extra room for error, you could say.
We're going to go back to the top floor. We're going to see the Blackbeard once again. Yeah, there we go. Skidder picking that up.
Yeah, I mean, Skidder had, for what it's worth, he did manage to find a nice kill onto Mira and kind of initially start dislodging the overall positioning of 1122. So this could very much be a very potent operator and on a potent player to play this out. And interestingly enough, Executive Lounge will be actually retried once again by the Hong Kong team. So maybe there's going to be a slight adjustments.
Yeah, they haven't only lost it once. No, they haven't won it once either. 2 and move, I said, is the normal philosophy. Some teams have move every round, no matter the result. I suppose both are viable. You want to keep your opponents guessing.
Yeah, the mind games that do come out with the side picks, as well as even the 6th picks to come around, they definitely do bring that element of surprise, especially when you see one operator try to think that, oh, they're going to be, let's say, going to CCTV, but instead they go into the top floor, and the setup could be completely different. So certainly curious how will this time the overall positioning play out. It seems that utility-wise, it is just about the same as the previous round, so maybe they just gonna be attempting to be a little bit more cautious about how will they play against players like Blackbeard.
You know, Dabex in a position where he might be able to run out once again, just spamming a through pistol shots through. Maze having to take up this car park roof position.
Yeah, the long angle could very much allow some good angles to be held, but as it stands for now, it is a Panday that is playing on IQ that will be rather contesting those windows, at least for the time being. And though curious, wow, there's Skidder. I was just about to ask, where's Skidder? Where's the Blackbeard? He's usually the main contender of those windows.
Dabex is about to go. He's waiting for the call. He's waiting for the Skidder to be focused on someone else.
He wants to get it.
Yeah. Oh, he might even go when he hears the drone go.
Could that be the play here? JD for now, though, meanwhile, does manage to get a peek, but just die. Yeah, I was just about to say get the air jab set up, but we'll be trading his life for it. As yeah, well done by Mira actually, as she's the one that do end up claiming the life.
Skidder's focused on this corner here. They know,
yeah, he's very much focused.
Yeah, they know Edmund's there, and here we go. Dabex, just push spacebar, bro. Just do it.
Just yeah.
There we
Just
go.
send it there.
1 and 2. Dabex. Ooh. Beautiful stuff. No one's there to trade. Maze was on the car park roof, and he's there to finally reply. 4v2 though. Great play there, and I'm surprised that they weren't readier for it, Valor.
They had the Claymore, but I believe actually Dab was able to dodge that Claymore as well.
Looks like Coley in the elevator is going to be under a lot of pressure. And he's actually going to win that fight. Shuts down Maze. And they are 1 kill away from going to map point here. 1-1-2-2.
Yeah, that run out was a fantastic decision to do, as it did leave Valor Esports in quite a substantial man disadvantage. But for now, Detrian will be attempting to get some opening and get some closures going for himself. But as it is with 30 seconds to go, not a whole lot of play really to be done. Really goes in for the push, but will be pretty much very promptly shut down by 1-1-2-2, and they are on match point now.
Yeah, shotgun to the face. Boom. You're not surviving that.
Yeah, I don't think anyone would really survive that, even well, without any proper face gear.
Well, potentially final round where you can go back to the lockers as well, 1-1-2-2. In which they have very dominantly won thanks to their superior blue stairs hold. They're going to take the Capitao this time. I don't think that's a bad idea.
Okay.
Blackbeard for Panday once again, though. Oh, sorry, Skidder was on the Blackbeard, wasn't it? So Panday taking it up this time. So I suppose they're going to use the Capitao bolts to flush out the service stairs. Maybe
Yeah, that could
charges.
That could very much be the case. Yeah, get rid of the shield, then firebolts, and maybe even open up the hatch onto the surface and kind of cut out the fallback rotations even.
Yeah, you could even use both firebolts at different points on the stairs with a quick peek, right? And there'll be probably no safe place to stand, so after run, and if you got that hatch open, it's a freebie.
Yeah, but that still needs some pretty decent coordination as well as aim, and a few times we did see a few players here and there just have a few hiccups. And when the aim.exe pretty much stopped responding. Cough, cough, Detrian.
Or they're just going to bum rush it, aren't they? Send 3 players down.
I mean, that could still work out pretty well. If the bum rush is very sudden, and, well, from Valor, I don't think anyone would be really expecting, so they could most definitely make it work. And right now, this is a full 5-man actually spawn right at the sewers entrance. Well, actually make it 4. But if they do make it pretty swift, they could take pretty quick control of the servers.
Yeah, there we go. One drone taken on out. May is going to be trying to take this angle. Remember, he got shut down so quickly last time he took this angle.
Oh yeah, that was pretty much a pixel angle that was contested, and he did not win it by even a large margin.
Coley's well aware of the possibility, though. He keeps getting up nice and close. Jimmy's duty is to lock down the car park. Was that a missed stun from Zofia? I think it might have been.
Yeah, I think it could have been, and she ended up she did end up taking some damage for all the trouble. So right now, for Team 1-1-2-2, they are playing pretty steady. Valor opted out of trying to even go for a sewers push into the servers, and rather instead top-down push and see if they can maybe open up the hatches and go for the push into maybe the elevators or vault, and kind of see if they can pry it open from there.
Well, looks like they also are going for this car park push. Cthulhu, he's got a camera on it. I think he might have seen them, and now he's going to start taking this peek. We'll see the army crawl pushing on up. Jimmy's! Oh, I can't land the shots, though, and now his feet are getting tagged on up. He can heal himself, but he might be calling for some reinforcements to help him hold on down. More damage done to the feet underneath the ambulance there. Oh, sorry, bank truck.
Yeah, he's just being completely downed and out now. This time, the Doc won't be able to out-heal all the damage. Right now, the drop down by Coley will be completely outed, so JD won't be seeing any action. But as it stands, a trade. Very nice and quick. But that would leave Skidder in a downed position.
Yeah, so Valor, they've taken 2 important positions on this kind of push. They're trying for a bit of a hammer and anvil almost. They are well aware of the downed player as the ping has gone out for him. Dabex is in a position to clean that up and potentially anyone else. But they have to worry about the car park. Dabex completely caught unawares. So now they've completely cut off most of the bomb site here. 1122.
15 seconds to go.
Yeah, good push so far, meaning that they have the good positioning. But with the push starting to come out, oh no, that is not going to be the case though for 1122. As I was just about to say, they could play it off time and see if they can deny just the plan, but unfortunate turn of events for 1122 will be resulting in them losing round number 10, as we will be getting closer and closer to a potential 6-6 scoreline, as it's only 2 rounds away.
Yeah, 2 more rounds and Valor Esports have clawed their way back. However, back down to lockers. That was a bit of an unorthodox push, wasn't it, from Valor, going for a hatch drop and garage take. Jimmy's really needed to hold on to the garage a lot better. Like,
yeah, it was a very good call though by Valor, because they had that history for themselves before where they just failed to get any traction and essentially they try to force open that very same push. But this time they realized, hey, things are not working out. They holding the service pretty steadily. Instead, let's just go for a 2-sided push. They opened up the hatches, they went for a push into the garage, had some foothold in the garage, and then from there on they kind of just managed to pry the side open, really.
yeah, one thing we haven't really touched on this whole matchup though is that the thermite has been banned. Like, I think especially on those top floor attacks, it did have some impact as to how they went, having to Hibana open up the walls instead. And downstairs it's going to be very hard to go for a standard plant when you can only Hibana open. They haven't even brought a Maverick, Valor.
Yeah, Valor seemed to have just decided, hey, we don't even need as much of that hard breaching power. We just want to make sure that we will have the sideline, we will have the ability to frag, and then kind of from there on they'll just improvise further on. So, and that seemed to have worked out. I mean, for CCTV hold of 1122, they managed to counter it pretty well.
Well, looks like they are going to go for a similar setup on the service stairs, which it worked in the first round, so of course they're going to double down on it. No Thatcher this time either for Valor. I can't remember if they brought one last round or not, but maybe that's why they decided to go for the rotate that they did.
Yeah, that could be a good that could be the case here, but and good observation as well, considering that Thatcher on this very specific setup of the operators will be a very powerful operator.
Well, minute to clear out the top floor. I think Dabex has heard that player throw out his drone and he's going to see it on the camera. Although camera is surely not going to last long.
Valor?
Right, so they're going to try and take this garage once again. Can Jimmy hold this down a lot better?
Jimmy is now much more prepared. He knows that there might be the peak, and he is fully prepared for it. He is fully prone there, and a nice shot will be landing right onto Zephia's forehead, resulting in her demise pretty quickly.
Yeah, that's not the way to do it, Chief.
Time to make a new door.
Not at all. Meanwhile, it is a contestation by a mute in hopes of trying to get some closure, but it is a quick trade between CDZ and Panday as well as Edmund. So right now, 3v4, still in favor of 1122. Make it 4v2 as Coley just manages to find JDF completely unaware of the kite's position. And Detrain is now left in a bit of a peculiar position, as now he needs to be rendezvoused with Skitter. And they need to start going for that push onto the service stairs that is being contested by CDZ.
Yeah, Skitter and Detrian. They have a mountain to climb. Oh, Flashbang's got to come on out, but he gets the blind down. Looks like he should be able to pick him back up, but no, there's the flank, and there's 1122 taking the victory here, 7-4, Cthulhu.
7-4, a much more confident performance from the Hong Kong team, and honestly, this is a much better performance comparative to what we saw from Consulate, really. And like I mentioned before, also, just quick, wanted to point out, this the bank ended up resulting in just about a similar scoreline when they played against 200 Degrees, which was 7-5 back then.
Yeah, there we go. 1-1-2-2 taking the win 7-4. So I suppose I agree with you, Cthulhu. It seemed like they did play a lot better there, 1-1-2-2, compared to how they did on Consulate. I also think that that Valor was slow out of the gates, right? Whereas 1-1-2-2 just really took it quick and fast.
Yeah, they definitely showed that they had the confidence, they had the full understanding of how do they want to play this out and how do they want to get things going for themselves. So it's certainly very much of a impressive play by them.
All right, well, we are going to be trying to sort out an interview with Maze from Valor if we can. Of course, last week we had quite a few problems with this, so just bear with me, guys, and I'll try and get this sorted. So we'll just start that call, see if we can get him in this time. Overall, 1-1-2-2 did end up taking the victory. Of course, so just bear with us as we try and get this call on out. Just waiting, sorry guys. What else can we dissect from that match though? I'll have to talk on my own while I had to try and organise that call, but it's not happening. Alright, I might just go back and chat with Constantine then, instead. Alright. I'm back. Well,
Welcome back.
we didn't manage to get that call on through, unfortunately.
Oh, it's quite unfortunate.
Although, I just got a message and... Alright, I'm going to try again. Alright.
Okay.
Alright. Let's try this again. Hopefully this works. Hello, can you hear me, Maze?
Yeah.
Yes, you can. Sweet. So we're just going to go over quickly some of the stuff from that matchup. In the first one, 6-6. Were you guys happy with that scoreline, or were you expecting to be able to get a win tonight?
I believe we were expecting to get 2 wins tonight, but
Yep.
we fell short.
Yeah, so
Guess
so... Oh, sorry, go.
lack of practice, I guess.
Yeah, and on Bank, you guys did end up losing. You reckon that's just down to lack of practice as well?
I think in general our comms weren't as clear today, and we got tilted by some of the rounds as it came pretty close every time.
Right, so Consulate and Bank were the 2 maps tonight. Were they maps that you expected to be playing?
Yeah, Consulate was one of our picks, and we honestly thought we could take the map easily. It's one of our maps that we believe we were very strong on.
All right, well, thank you. Any final words you want to say to any fans or supporters out there?
We'll keep on improving, and we'll come back stronger next time.
All right, thank you very much, Maze. I look forward to watching you next week as well. So we'll be going to a break, guys. Thanks so much for dropping by for this one, and we'll be back after this.
Let me down gently. Ooh, no. What's in it for me? So evidently, you let me down gently.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Monkey Fist, joined by Cthulhu still. Yeah, good first matchup, wasn't it? Kind of went to 1-1-2-2 as well overall. 4 points for them, just one for Valor. But we've got another one to look forward to. Lasay and 200 Degrees.
That is correct, Monkey. 200 Degrees have been seeing a bit of a losing streak going for themselves right now.
Yeah.
The only two maps that kind of were very much more or less successful for them, which were the closest ones, were Border and Bang, where we'll touch up on that later. For now, here are your rosters. Lasay Esports, Avixis, Mizu, Lonely, Saif, and Ganjo.
I think it's pronounced Shaf. That's what.
Shaf, okay.
Yeah, that's what Lan was telling me last week. So yeah, roster that's been together for a while. They've been in the Pro League for at least a couple of seasons in the SCA region, but they've never been the overachievers, have they? They've always been kind of just plodding along in the middle. However, we do have the 200 Degrees roster as well. Nunrai, TZK, Baroque, Zists, and Minimalist. Lots of Zeds in this roster.
Indeed, lots of Zeds, but they have seen a fair few pretty good rounds, a fair few pretty good executions, but ultimately end up falling to just a much better prepped team.
Yes.
And that's exactly what seems to be the downfall so far.
Yeah, they are one of the teams that was promoted from the Challenger League, from what I recall, and it was also they were lucky in regards to the fact that
Fourth place, I believe?
yeah, fourth, and then some teams disbanded, so they did get into the Pro League. So, it's something that Len and I were talking about last week. How with the investment that's come into the region in the form of Giants, other teams are also getting a boost in terms of more competition and more things to realize that if we get that good, we can also get that kind of investment and opportunities to get up there. So, the region as a whole is definitely getting a lot better. But to decide who's better tonight, let's go to our map picks.
So map picks overall, I definitely will have to say that Lasay will need to aim for the coastline because this has been one of their more successful ones. They managed to get a win over Valor, which was 7-3, and then they also drew on with Xavier on coastline as well. So out of all the bands, there it is. There's the coastline.
Yeah, some great insight there, Cthulhu. Appreciate that. And you are right on the money. Villa and Cafe banned out by 200 Degrees. Bank and Border by Lasay. Don't like the B maps. I like the C maps instead.
Yeah, well.
So you're expecting Lasay to take this one fairly comfortably, I suppose?
Oh yeah, I definitely will say that. I will be thoroughly surprised if we'll be seeing a very long game or even a draw. I'm definitely very much expecting that Lasay will be able to take this in a matter of, say, 7-2, 7-3.
Yeah.
Against 200 Degrees. And yeah, it's definitely going to be very much in favor of Lasay, considering that they are a fairly, like you mentioned, fairly long running team. They have some good experience, whereas 200 Degrees are still learning. They just came from that Challenger League by a miracle, and it's just a learning ground for them. No matter what's the outcome for them, the main essentially better the main point for them, they learn. They learn the strats, they learn the plays. Sorry, I just completely lost the ability to speak.
That's all right, Constantine. It's not like that's your job right now.
Yeah. Probably Custer, by the way.
All right. So, Coastline, one of the better maps for Lasay. I'll just kind of go over it once again. And it's also going up against 200 Degrees, the fourth place Challenger League that managed to just squeeze into Pro League. Here we go though. Let's find out how this is all going to play out.
Most certainly, quite keen to see how things will go. It will be actually a beginning for 200 Degrees on attack as well. So I'm quite curious whether they have any kind of idea or plan to play this out, or was it just them deciding, we'll just chuck it in there.
Yeah, we'll
First ban to come pretty.
Habana.
Yeah. Okay. So Hibana by Lasay will be ensuring that the attackers will need to be very up close and personal with the reinforced walls. Potentially, maybe use it as a bait of some sorts for their roam game. Maybe.
Well, Coastline's one of those maps where a hard breacher isn't 100% necessary. There are some bomb sites where it's useful, but you don't often see an execute that relies on a hard breach wall getting opened up. It's such a small map with not very many, like, or no external walls really. Like, it's all windows and doors, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just windows and doors, and all you really need are those just small peek holes that Hibana, or for that matter, Maverick can really do. Which really Maverick will be still in the play. Valkyrie to be banned out as the first defensive ban by 200 degrees will be ensuring that Lissei won't be really getting a whole lot of that kind of outside of the building information.
Yeah, and that can be so powerful on a map like Coastline, which is, it's essentially 3 sides of the map where you can run out, like 3 sides of the building, right? Yes, there's one where there's like a small spot. Sorry, and Echo to finish things off. What were you saying?
Now here's the interesting thought. So usually we see on Coastline, Jaeger and Mira to be banned out, but this time both of the Spanish operators on the Spanish map ended up pretty much just running through and will be able to be played in full effect, which I would be certainly expecting at the very least, let's say, to utilize either Jackal or Mira to the full extent.
Yeah, Hookah Billiards first port of call for Lissei. 200 degrees. Interesting lineup. See, no hard breacher here at all. Cthulhu.
I don't mean they don't particularly need it. There's, like you mentioned before, there's not a whole lot of those external walls that you really need breaching, and
well, there's none.
Well, yeah, there's none really. Yeah. And most of the walls that are inside, yeah, 1 or 2 may be reinforced. For example, the closest one to the bar from the side of VIP will be fully reinforced. But at the same time, that is probably the only thing that you really need to open. So if you can find a way around it, say, go through the push via the aquarium, go for the push directly into Hookah, you'll be able to completely ignore that reinforcement.
There's also a counter there as well. Like, you also might want to open up the wall that Ganjo is reinforcing right now. The 4 panel at the back of the bar there in Billiards, behind the couch.
10 seconds left.
That can be a common spot to try and open up from the roof with Habanas as well. So I suppose that's the 2 points on this bomb site that you'll take a Habana for, but it's not necessary.
Yeah, it's certainly not necessary, and potentially 200 degrees will be able to just utilize those other operators to the full extent. But it is a pretty much of a solo roam, 1 in the penthouse, 1 in the Sunrise bar, which could potentially see some success if the firefights will be there, but it doesn't look like 200 degrees are yet ready to make that move.
Yeah, surely they've got drones coming on in, and Mizu's just going to run right through office. Players just outside his door as well, and no one seemed to realise, okay, there are the drones. I think they might be well aware of some of these positions here. Baroque's also going to send his own in. So Mizu's just going to keep repositioning. I think he's trying to get one of those drones, and Lonely, he's seen one of the players in exit, and he's going to shut him down. Nunrai, he's hit the dirt. Is there a player in blue? Did I see that right?
I think there might just be, but
oh, outside. Okay, never mind.
yeah,
Just
that's
outside.
outside, yeah. Okay, but yeah, finally the entry by Minimalist will be seeing him take control, at least partially, of the office, from where he could start doing some plentiful amount of disruption. But it is Lonely that is playing around the blue bar area, as well as Mizu with the Mozzie, and dishes out just a few shots, not really connecting anywhere, but does enough to scare off the Buck for a little bit. But a few shots will be ensuring that Avixis will be staying on his tippity toes.
Where was that from? Hookah window, I think. What an angle.
Oh
the,
my.
the information game is firmly in hand of Lissei. Lonely's taken a lot of damage, however. He's still alive. But Mizu, he's been a menace with these drones that he's grabbed from the attackers. Oh, and there we go. Lonely to find TZK. He's quickly traded on back though, but he was very low HP, so I think Lissei will be alright with that as it's into a 4-on-3. The Buck's going to start doing some work from below, but there is the Mozzie to try and help push these players out of the bar, and they're also taking fights from above. Avixis, lucky to be alive. Mizu going for the wall bang, but there's going to be the floor bang to shut down Avixis. 3-on-3 now, but Baroque is on the ground. He can pick himself up, which he's going to do with 5 HP. This? Can't you see the player there? You saw him.
Oh boy, Ziz completely missing out on that peak, and it will be costing him his life. Baroque is the last man standing with a slither of health, and just can't seem to be able to find any comfortable angle really here. For defense, they just gonna be hanging around the site, not really going in for any big pushes and just playing it as safe as they can. They don't really need to push, they don't really need to aggress, and pretty much naturally the round will go into their hands.
Yeah, well, there's one for Baroque to finish it off, but that's all it will be. Marseille comfortably win that round. It did look a bit shaky for a moment there, but yeah, very, very comfortable in the end.
Yeah, a few of those firefights definitely seem to have had a bit of a misplay from 200 degrees, which did result in their fall, but I definitely want to address the fact that it was a pretty extensive roam game from, let's say, esports, especially by Lonely and Mizu.
Yes. Downstairs, just holding on with the Mozzie, gathering so much information with those pests, or the drones that he took with the pests, I should say. Minimalist taking the Dokkaebi, switching off from the Blackbeard. Gunjo going to change from Ella to Banda as they go for the kitchen service entrance bomb site.
Yeah, kitchen service entrances are usually one of those either at the sites that Pro League teams do prefer to take first and kind of get it out of the way, or it's one of those secondary sites. It's never one of those, it's never a tertiary site or just a completely ignored one. It always will find its way into the rotation. And to a certain degree, that's the beauty of it. It's very, very good to defend, and it does allow some flexibility to play it. You can play with some heavy roam upstairs and deny some entries from above, or you could just be pretty much hands-on and be as close as you want to those entry points.
You remember when Banda had 3 barbed wire?
Yeah, I think that might have been just a little bit of a less recent change. Well, to a certain degree, but yeah, 3 barbed wires is definitely quite a solid setup for Bandit, considering that it pretty much perfectly integrates with his utility.
Yeah, he also used to have only 3 batteries, if I recall.
That is also true, yes. But that has been a long while ago.
Yeah, a long time ago. I was just thinking about it the other day, but let's focus up on this one, alright? Looks like a very similar idea. They're going to have some players enter into office and also some players put pressure onto Hookah, but this is a kitchen defense. Lonely and Mizu just going to hold down in the exact same positions here, Cthulhu. Okay, Mizu's in a different spot, but Lonely just holding down Sunrise all on his own.
Yeah, Mizu slash Lonely combo seems to be working somewhat well, and IQ does take up a quality amount of damage, but just not enough to take her out, but should be just enough to keep scaring her off. Lonely to find the first kill onto Nunrai once again, funnily enough, the same kill as the round number 1, which will be ensuring that IQ is going to be no more within round number 2.
Yeah, that's the one that Mizu helped soften up. We're going to see the impact come on out. Peak perfectly timed. Yes, Lonely to find Baroque. We're going to see more shots coming through the wall, but there's the Dokkaebi to finally trade out Lonely. Vixus is going to get a team kill, in fact, and Ganjo with a double. All up to Minimalist, and he's going to finish it on the triple. Marseille Esports off the back of Ganjo and Lonely going to win that round.
The Mad Lad combination. Look at them. Both of them already sitting on the 4 kills. And so far, it's been just an absolute banger of a setup so far for the 2 of those players. But albeit that, given that Mizu did relay a fair chunk of information with his hacked drones. But Blue Bar and Sunrise to be taken by Lissay for the 3rd round. And so far, it seems that the pretty much a well-rounded Pro League team seems to have the greater upper hand over the Challenger League team.
Yeah, they've been pretty well flawless so far, haven't they? It's very few
Yeah.
mistakes. You know, the players that go down are kind of acceptable because they've done some work already. I think Ganjo threw his life away in the first round, but that was in a 1v3 and there was no time left on the clock. So, you know, acceptable once again. So yeah, beautiful play from Lasay.
Indeed, and looking at the overall setup, this is definitely bringing me back to the Orglis, aka now Wildcard, the way how they used to do the setups for this very site. Bring in a mirror, bring in 2 reinforced walls, slap a mirror window in there, and you have some very, very solid position to play off.
Yeah. Just have to be worried about utility getting thrown in, like, you can see some grenades from, this could do some damage.
It could very much be the big key here, but surely with the ADSs being on board, that shouldn't be, at least for the short time being, the issue.
Well, where are they going to take this from? Hookah, once again. Looks like TZK wants to take office as well, so... Oh... No, nothing landed.
Nothing at all. Meanwhile, Zist does manage to spot the Jaeger roaming up above. Lonely is going to be pressured from here and potentially might be forced to fall back if he won't be too careful. All the pre-fires and all the drones coming around, he needs to bail ASAP, and that's exactly what he's going to do.
Yeah, Zist was waiting for him, of course, to get aggressive, but he didn't. Beautiful stuff there by Lonely. Playing the Jaeger to perfection, you could say.
Yeah, the overall coordination of how and where he needs to be is certainly very well coordinated. But interestingly enough, he did not fully fall back off the cool vibes, as the man just keeps on holding the angle. He's very aggressive about it, and he knows which firefights that he can take here.
Yeah, well, they are just one room away here, 200 degrees from the bomb site. Mizu going to be droned on out, who is holding down security.
Attackers dropped the diffuser.
Vix has taken a lot of damage. I didn't see where that came from, but here's going to be that floor starting to get mulched on up. They need to get rid of that buck here, but that's going to be the bandit denied by Nunright from Luggage.
Finally, the revenge of the IQ player will be coming in full effect here, as the breach will be coming out, and Lonely getting a little bit too hasty on his push will be ridden of his life by TZK.
Oh, the timing.
The timing, yeah, unfortunate timing for him will be resulting in his demise as well, and now it is just a 2v4. As a matter of fact, actually, Vixus is down and will be picked up promptly by the Maestro player.
Yeah, so he's back up, but only a slither of HP. Of course, he does have that bullet hose shaft, and they do have the mirrors still in their favor. So they're going to have to start executing. They are behind and going for the plant. C4 has been used, and Nunrai is going to find a Vixus. So actually denying this plant, impossible right now as Shaft gets shut down. 200 degrees. Pull through with a strong round of their own.
Certainly is fantastic push, as they just managed to dislodge that initial position by Mira, then, like you mentioned before, mulch up all of the floor right above it, and all those key positions, all those anchor positions that Lasay pretty much relied on were completely denied.
Well, back to hookah and billiards. It was very convincing, if you recall, back to the first round, Cthulhu.
Oh yeah, it was very much of a convincing round, but it was also off the back that 200 degrees really missed out on a few firefights.
Well, TZK on that Blackbeard. I don't think he's really...
Defenders protect
He picked it up, but then Sixth picked off it, if I recall. So this is the first time we're going to be seeing the Blackbeard.
Could very much be the case. And Blackbeard right now, even for the way how 200 degrees really approach these plays, could work pretty well, all things considered, with the fact that some of those firefights were really being lost out. Having that kind of extra chance to go for the frag with the ballistic shield being in front of the face could certainly help here.
10 seconds left before insertion. Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
Well,
5 seconds to go.
here we go into the round now.
Attackers' objective is to defuse a bomb. The attackers
200
so far-
degrees. Sorry, I'm just gonna say that they
go ahead.
need to change the strategy they're deploying if they want to take these rounds, because Lonely and Mizu are just having too much joy.
Yeah, they definitely need to ensure that their roam clear game is very much on point. And better yet, the Jackal is fully available. Bring in the Jackal with the Dokubi combo. You will have the time of your life tracking down all of those roamers, and including that, the IQ to say watch from above could be extremely deadly. But instead of that, it's Lonely who's being deadly. He just goes in for the peak, gets the frag, and Nunrai is once again back to the spectator screen.
Yeah, Nunrai. That's 3 out of 4 rounds he's been shut down by Lonely as the first kill.
That is what I reckon we call a hell mad.
Dominating.
Certainly is. But for now, Lonely just keeps on kind of raining all up and around the ground floor without really any contention. And not a single person has yet to trade him out. He's just standing there in the middle of Sunrise like, yep, come on.
We need to
Feel free to
see.
contest me.
We need to see some teamwork to force him out. Like, they can't just keep sending in Nunrai to take the 1v1, right? Like, they need to
Yeah.
force their way through Blue Bar as well, push into the hallway, then send someone in through exit. They need to take from several angles and to pinch him rather than just take several one-on-one gunfights.
Yeah, the lack of coordination is certainly hurting quite substantially 200 degrees, but at the same time, the lack of the aim by Avixis on that SMG level will be hurting him as well quite badly.
Yeah, TZK's been downed actually, and Lonely, he could get a great peek out here if he just goes Baroque rappelling on up. He might have heard that. No, TZK been picked up as well. Oh, drops right down in front of Lonely's face, but he can't land the shots.
Oh boy.
Pre-fired his whole mag there, and he's going to retreat, and he's getting pushed, and oh, he's not going to win that. Zists manages to take the kill. He's only taken a small amount of HP from that as well, and that's a great shot up through the hatch by Zists. Are we going to see Mizu get the trade? He's done some damage, or has he been downed? I can't quite tell. Yes, he has. As we're going to hear the plant attempted, but oh, Avixis is going to get caught with his pants down and a smoke babe in his hand. So there's going to be another one trying to get the revive. All up to Mizu in the 1v2. He's got the angle through the floor, but 200 degrees. They're going to reclaim that round. Very close.
Yeah, what seemed to be a very much of a similar start that would favor Lasay quite substantially. 200 degrees finally did manage to find their kind of second wind to make sure that they can find those firefights. That aggression definitely seemed to have compensated a little bit for that lack of communication, or rather lack of coordination to do a proper roam clear.
Yeah, it seems like a bunch of their players just died in unfortunate ways. Like Lonely playing that window. Oh, he definitely should have got more there, I must say. He was definitely favoured to win the fight against the Buck, I feel.
Yeah, he had the positioning, he had the possibilities, but just, yeah, unfortunate set of pre-fires and just, I'm guessing not expecting Buck to go full send mode and try to chase him straight away. It definitely seemed to have not worked out well for Lonely.
Well, 200 degrees have brought us to a 2-2 Cthulhu, so I suppose we can't be too critical of them if that's what they've managed to pull on out. Back to Hookah, though.
Back to Hookah indeed. Another retry so far, a 50-50 success rate for, let's say, esports. And this time they are switching things around a little bit, bringing in a Vigil for Ganjo rather than, say, Lonely, who is usually the main roamer. So potentially a bit more, like even further more aggressive roam from Lasay to come out here.
Well, let's see how that goes down, of course.
Objective is to defuse a bomb.
Yeah, well, overall setup-wise, everything seems to be just about as stock standard. Mizu just holding his position in the offices could potentially find that early peak, or at the very least the early control of the drone, which should allow him to start gathering that extra information against the defenders.
Once again, we're going to see Lonely playing in that Sunrise bar. He's been so effective from this position.
Yeah,
Oh.
he has been able to leverage a fair few gunfights from there, but Mizu right now is toying with the potential there, but few pre-fires won't really be dealing a whole lot as he will be promptly falling back.
Here we go, Lonely once again. Over towards exit. This time it is not no, though. Baroque goes down and he is under a lot of pressure from all around. Mizu needs to get back and start assisting, going for the wall bang all the way from courtyard. Ganjo in support as well.
Yeah, Ganjo here needs to assist the play here, and just like that, Lonely does manage to find a nice shot onto Baroque, but he's being under very heavy
again.
pressure. That does not phase him at all. Nice trade after a triple kill. He'll be ensuring that 200 degrees are going to be at a continuous pressure.
Yeah, 2v4 right now, and Minimalist has taken quite a lot of damage. SMG-12 is kicking in his arms, of course, so it is quite hard to aim with. And we might even see the wallbang come on out, or TZK just dodging the bullets.
Yeah, right now with a minute to go, only TZK and Minimalist, like you said, to remain. And right now, both of them are on the ground floor. They want to try to recollect themselves, recollect their thoughts, while TZK is holding an angle just to ensure that nobody will be trying to contest their angles. For now, for let's say though, 2-man advantage, they really just need to hold their angles. Yeah, they are in the safe spot. They have all their needs really, and they have those ballistic shields to essentially protect them. So there's literally minimal need for an aggression.
Oh, here we go. Grenade from below could do a lot of damage. In fact, it's going to down Shaff.
Okay. Yeah, so down onto Shaft is going to be a little bit hard to get by, as right now Hoka Lounge is pretty much uncontested by the remainder of the defenders. But with 10 seconds left to go, it's going to be either a flurry of the kills or just an absolute clutchable play. But it's not going to be the case. Lasay to win round number 5.
Yeah, great stuff there from Lasay. Ganjo playing that Blackbeard hook, line, and sinker. There we go. Final round of the half though, Cthulhu.
I mean, so far, if Lasay will continue at it, they could very much take the first half 4-2 with a 4-2 scoreline. But Kitchen and Service Entrance, let me actually take a quick peep back. Yeah, Lasay did manage to win out Kitchen, with my only note being there, Mizu and Lonely combo strong. Lasay 2-0. This is literally so far has been essentially the Lonely and Mizu and maybe occasionally Ganjo show. It's just been a roam galore for 200 degrees. For Lasay, and 200 degrees were unable at all to win out kind of any traction, minus those 2 rounds where they did manage to finally have some maybe aggression to essentially counter that roam.
Well, back to Kitchen here. Now, jog my memory, Cthulhu. How did this go last time they defended? It was very successful, wasn't it? Yeah, as you said, Lonely and Mizu, good combo. Is that what you said?
Literally just Mizu and Lonely strong. That's it.
Strong.
Very strong. No, but in all seriousness though, right now, Lasay's whole game plan is just roam. Deny info gathering with Mozzie, have Mozzie as the backup for the Jaeger, and allow Jaeger to play essentially wherever he wants.
Yeah, he's just been sitting in Sunrise, hasn't he, behind the bar, just dancing around, head up, head down. Here he is again, and they've just had no luck forcing him out. He gets at least 2 kills.
The beauty of Sunrise is that it's still very much of a crucial position to take. It's like essentially the admin office of Consulate.
Yeah, it is.
If you want to start off, it's a pivotal point, and if you want to start off your offense, chances are Sunrise is going to be your main point of entry.
I suppose they can get some top-down pressure going now that the bomb site is not Hookah. We just saw the Buck make his way into Hookah right now, so he can mulch up that floor, and Lonely won't be able to hide behind the bar as easily.
Yeah, that could be the case here, but so far we did see I believe only a single round where that buck was used successfully. So I don't have yet too much faith about that. As for now, it seems that just 200 degrees are just making sure that nobody is roaming up above. But is that really gonna save them from that, especially with Finka?
Yeah, Finka, the SEA special operator, isn't it? They all seem to bring her out.
Yeah, the SEA special out here. Occasionally it works on a higher end teams, but as it stands, really, wow. Baroque, nicely placed Claymore, will be getting rid of Vixes. That is not what you want right now. That is the C4 off the board.
Minimalist with another one, as well as that buck's going to start forcing some of the players on site out of their positions. This is not looking great here for Lasay, as we're going to see a push straight into sight by the Dokkaebi, shutting down Shaff. All up to Ganjo and Lonely, as site control is firmly in their hands. TZK with another. Lonely's found one. He can't find the second though. 200 degrees. Put us on a 3-3 half.
3-3 half is definitely a good showcase by 1122. Sorry, well, not 1122. I'm still out there, but 200 degrees. Good take. Managed, like you said, apply some pressure from above, and from there on they managed to dislodge it pretty cleanly. So, I mean, well done for them, as right now Lasay will be going into the offense, and if that will continue, if the trend will continue here, right now for Lasay, they will be very much of an aggressive team, whereas on the side of 200 degrees, they will have to be cautious about which firefights do they want to take on defense.
Yeah, fair enough. Of course, Coastline is one of those maps where I wouldn't say it's especially defender-sided, hey.
Yeah, it's if you have a good idea about how you're going to defend, you can make it defender-sided, but it's fairly well balanced, really. Albeit probably Wildcard would disagree with me on this one, but I do have to say, yeah, it's definitely a much more balanced map comparative to, say, even maps like even Villa, or for that matter, really Bank, maybe even.
Well, they've gone for the hookah first up as well here. 200 degrees. Interesting Maestro camera placement. Can you enlighten me, Cthulhu? Why did he shoot the wall first before placing it down?
I believe that is to allow essentially to have the view into both the, if I saw that correctly, that was to view from the VIP as well as the hallway. So that could be the case here.
Perhaps it's also like if it's on a soft wall, you can shoot the soft wall. I'm not quite sure on that. But that's what I'm guessing.
Yeah. Well, for now, Lasay are being a little bit drawn back. They are trying to get some long-range engagements. Meanwhile, Lonely is just sneaking his way in. And I don't think a whole lot of defenders are really expecting this, at least just yet.
Well, they have barricaded off the kitchen, so this is going to be safe for a bit. In fact, Lonely is going to have to reposition to come over to the lobby to try and push that angle. They also have players in blue bar already, so this is what I was talking about that we should have seen 200 degrees do earlier, pinching more with several players rather than just sending them in for exit.
That is a very good point. Now, for 200 degrees right now, they are trying to achieve a similar kind of outcome here. Have a person in the sunrise, but is a single person just enough to essentially dislodge the attack? Certainly doesn't look like that's the case, as Lonely just makes easy work of Resist as well as Minimalist. That is a good night, but return back shot will be essentially getting rid of Lonely by Baroque.
Yeah, Lonely trying to make himself lonely by taking out all his opponents. Not successful. However, 4v3 in their favour thanks to his heroics though.
Yeah, well, with Bandit and Jaeger, the dynamic aggression duo of the Germans will be getting rid of. Vixes will be picking up a kill into Nunrai, and the attempt at the plant might just come around. as it's now all up to TZK and Baroque to get things
Oh.
going. Woo!
Ooh, that's unfortunate for Ganjo. He completely missed the position, and TZK is just going to line him up and knock him down. 2 quick kills for him. 30 seconds on the clock, and we're into even Stevens 2v2.
Indeed, with 26 seconds left to go, Mizu will be trying to get into a firefight, but just can't get any traction whatsoever, and will be going down. A 1v2 situation right now. What make it 1v1 as Shaft will be the one to get rid of TZK. 15 seconds left to go as Shaft will be just potentially attempting to go in for the push. He has the information about where the play is, and just like that, there's the shot. Baroque does manage to actually land the shots onto Shaft, and just like that, 200 degrees are actually going to go into the advantage here.
Yeah, that's not exactly what we expected. It started off so well for Lonely with a quick double, but 200 degrees holding down steady. The Nomad on the window, I can't quite remember which player it was, but he really should have been shutting down that player that was behind bar. TZK.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, TZK should have been shut down very promptly, but due to unknown for us reasons, that was not the case, and Ganjo ended up copying the bullet himself.
Well, to Kitchen this time for 200 degrees after they won their first choice. Can they double it down onto their second choice?
I mean, could very much work here. So far, I've been essentially at the very beginning predicting that we will be seeing 200 degrees completely thwart under Lisey's pressure, but it certainly seems completely the opposite. It's actually Lisey just continuously making some very odd mistakes and essentially forfeiting those rounds.
Operator selection, no hard breach at all for Lisey. As I said, this is a map you don't need hard breaches for. I don't know if I like it or not.
You don't particularly need it, but they on certain sides they do allow some more possibilities for peeking. So they call it rather a necessity. It's much more of a extra nice bonus.
Well, we are into round number 8. Of course. How will Lisey take this one? Looks like they're going to go and take control of Master Bedroom. First,
As well as that, I believe the Sunrise is also in control of the defense. So just about the similar case here compared to what we saw with Lisey as well.
Late reinforcement from Nunra.
Yeah, a bit of a late one, but I don't think that will really phase him, really. Vix is trying to get some action going vertically, but Mizu can't seem to find the kill, but it will be Ganjo that will be actually finding the kill. It's assists, and that is the Jaeger off the board, one of the main aggressors.
Yeah, but there's Baroque to reply. Shaft going down. Thatcher. So they're going to have a hard time at dealing with those Maestro cameras if it comes to it. Of course, Nonra, he can hear the sound of the air jab, but he wants to make his way up those stairs.
Yeah, he's very much tempted to go in for that play, but not just yet. Maybe a minute and 34 seconds to go, and as it stands, 200 degrees are sitting pretty. Trading out a Jaeger for a Thatcher is certainly going to be favorable for the defense of a play.
Sounds like that did manage to take care of that air jab as well. So Baroque is going to get up here on the flank, and Lisey, they need to get a move on. Ganjo can't quite land the shots onto Baroque, however. He's going to fall back with a Legion Mine to help cover.
Yeah, well, Ganjo will need to start landing his shots, as Baroque is the one who has been making those big plays. But just as I say that, he will be the one to go down. Lonely to get rid of him with a nice grenade, but there is a Mozzie in the Sunrise that they need to make sure that he's completely flushed out, because otherwise this will be a thorn in their side quite substantially.
Oh, but they know he's there thanks to the fact that that impact went off almost immediately. They know he's behind the couches. They just need to sort him on, rustle him out from there. Here comes the peak! Ganjo is going to close that on now. TZK Minimalist with the all to do. Wow, Sledge is deep into the site. Lonely. Here comes Minimalist to try and help retake as the plant started. Oh, the smoke bait misses. Oh, and he grabs the shield. That was unfortunate. All up to TZK. He does have the bullet hose in hand, but can't land the shots.
Man.
200 degrees. Oh.
I could feel that pain on the inside when smoke started collapsing the shield instead of picking up the smoke grenade. That hurt like on a whole new level. Seeing that.
Just see Lonely on 14 kills after 8 rounds. That is pretty nutty.
Yeah, that is pretty nutty indeed. Yeah, he's been pretty much the big playmaker for his team, and for a good reason. He's been essentially considered one of the better fraggers for his team.
Well, kitchen service attempted once again here by 200 degrees.
Yeah, kitchen service retry. I mean, this has been a bit of a odd outcome of a round. It's certainly not something that any team would essentially try to do on a continuous set of attempts, but maybe 200 degrees will be able to perfect it. We did see so far a bit of an exchange of the rounds so far between those two teams, so I won't be surprised if we'll be seeing a slight reiteration of how, well, essentially 200 degrees will play their cards here.
I will say that what was I going to say? That 200 degrees looked pretty good in that round until they didn't, right? Until it fell apart. They looked like they were in charge. It was a 4v4. Lasay was struggling to find some of these players on site with their vertical pressure until, their players just seemed to fall off site, and then the ones on site got, just stomped.
Yeah, that's a very good observation, really.
Well, thank you.
Let's say definitely did manage to kind of recollect themselves, figure out that, hey, well, vertical play is not working. Just go for a flat out push, and seemed that the initial vertical play could have actually initially enforced kind of the need to get off the site.
Now, Nunrai playing above. The hatch has been opened. There's a drone, so they're going to know of his position. He's going to try and sell him a dummy, is he? As the alibi.
Could very much be the case, but a very ballsy play right at the penthouse hatch will be resulting in a demise of Avixis, but so that quick trade by Mizu will be ensuring that the man count will be staying equal.
Ooh.
Actually make it 3v4, as Mizu does find Zists as well. Main, though, playmaker right now for 200 degrees, Baroque.
Oh.
Will be, though, going down to a nice flick by Lonely, just as I say that.
This man has gotten a kill every round at least, I swear.
Yeah, Lonely has been absolutely off the charts so far. The man is an absolute legend.
Yeah, so 4v2 early on, a lot earlier than what it was in the previous round, that's for sure. Lasay just need to go for the execute now. They're trying to lock down the position of these players on site so that when they push, they know where they have to be aiming. Just the one there. The other player seems to be in Sunrise, I believe. Yep, TZK.
Yeah, so far at the moment, it's just been really just a game of refrag city, really. Because the moment that death of, I believe, Avixis came around, Lonely was there, Mizu was there, and they were able to dislodge a fair few very good positions. So overall, right now, 200 degrees are at a little bit of a, well, not a little bit, but at a heavy disadvantage. But Minimalist to kill Mizu with the gas grenade out, that is, it feels bad.
Yeah, that is unfortunate. There we go. Lasay going to close that one out. Shaf and Ganjo. Evening up
So
the
that's
score count, I believe, or is it 5-4 now?
That is a 5-4 now
5-4, yeah.
in favor of Lasay. Not much to say really about that round. They went in for the peaks, and essentially top-down clear was quite effective thanks to Mizu and Lonely's efforts, getting rid of the front reception area and the penthouse presence, which did allow further vertical play.
Alright. Hookah and Billiards this time. They did win it in the first round on their defense, if you recall, Cthulhu. Can they double that up?
Well, that could certainly be the case here. Actually, looking at the notes, there was an attempt to push service, as well as no success to hold the Sunrise by defense. But the key play was the fact that Maestro ended up lining up, I believe, a triple kill, or at the very least double kill, before he went down. So 200
Yeah.
degrees, yeah, just were able to just play off the few mistakes that, let's say, did end up making.
Yeah, Ganjo on the Nomad. He had a free kill, but he just didn't see TZK in time, and then TZK peeked him and chopped his head off, and then it was just a free game on the rest of them.
Indeed. As maybe this time they will have a slightly better setup, because yeah, having the Maestro play is definitely nice, but you can't really rely on it on a consistent basis, in my opinion.
Is this just getting used to the new ADS time there? New patch that came out today. I don't know.
I've just
if-
been mainly nerding out about the Vulcan, really.
Yeah, have you tried it yet?
Yeah, I did try it. Actually, it upped the frame rate quite substantially, at least personally for me.
You have a 2080, don't you?
2070.
2070. It's not like you're starving for frames.
Not at all, but it's still nice to see an extra about 40 to 50 frames, so
Oh, nice.
I'm not complaining.
I did hear though that there's an issue with the OBS API that it can't hook into Vulkan.
Yes,
Thanks.
there are currently issues. So, yeah, for those who are planning to go for streaming, make sure that you are still running on the vanilla version, aka the DirectX 11.
Oh, that's a free kill, but no! Baroque is going to find Mizu's head. Quickly traded back though, which is been the thing about Lasay, hasn't it? That they very quickly trade when they lose a player.
Yeah, it's a refrag central for, let's say, and I very much like what I'm seeing here from that team, because they were able to be very swift on that, and they were able to continuously keep up that communication for themselves.
Minimalist with the Gris skin. It's a great
I
skin.
really like that. Yeah, it's really nice, bright, kind of easy on the eyes kind of color.
Well, we won't get to see it anymore this round, as Avixis has sent him to an early grave. 4v3. Or was this is trying to flank?
Ooh. Although he did just reveal his position with a pre-fire, so the attackers will be quite wary about his potential position.
Oh, looks like
mean-
Lonely's behind him, or Shaff.
Yeah, there's Chef and Avixis as well, so right now any kind of play will be completely denied, and we'll be forcing Zist to kind of fall back and try to go for a crossfire from the other side of the balcony.
Yeah, looking towards luggage. I don't think they're quite aware of it, but Ganjo, great push into Nunra. It's going to find him. Avixis starting this plant. Are they going to be able to shut down that Maestro this time or not? No. TZK with one, with two. Oh, it's falling apart again
boy.
here, Cthulhu. TZK in a 1-on-2. He sends out some bullets, but he's going to have to retreat. Lonely should be able to reclaim this diffuser. In fact, TZK hasn't gone too far. With only 15 seconds, they need to go. There we go. Diffuser grabbed. He's going to find another. Triple for TZK. Can he get the 1v4 off? Lonely is going to stick this plant, and it's going to be confirmed. So now TZK has to retake. Lonely holding down the angle, sees it, and gets the headshot. Oof, I thought we were about to hit some deja vu.
Yeah, it was this close to going into the hands of 200 degrees, and I was just about to ready to eat up on my own words, saying that you can't really depend on the Maestro clutch.
Well,
That was really close
Yeah,
on that.
you almost can, can't you? It has a 50-50 success rate.
With the way how this turned out, it nearly had the 100% success rate.
Yeah, so Lasay really need to do something about the position of Maestro behind the bar. Perhaps they could take blue below and opened it up. Or they could toss some frag grenades in after they've gotten rid of any ADSs. But, you know, it's definitely... or even the drone hole you could roll a nade through.
You can actually, yeah, you can roll the grenade through the drone hole, but usually it's on a higher end. It's ADS as well, so occasionally players would attempt to do that, but generally it does get denied. So back to the kitchen, the side that was pretty freely opened up by Lasay, and seeing as they are currently on a match point, they could very much net themselves a juicy set of 3 points.
Yes, indeed. Operators, anything stand out? Maybe TZK going for the dock this time?
I mean, that's probably just a response against Lasay and just try to contest them on a longer range by TZK, considering that Maestro has the ACOG no more.
Yes, that's what I was about to say. I think he might be missing the ACOG.
Yeah, because less and less operators now have that wondrous object of desire by many players, but
overall, more operators have it, seeing as we've got more operators in the game.
yeah, that is true. But like, as in the more of the ones that are usually more now accustomed to be played. Like, say, even with Goyo, you don't really see a whole lot of ACOG TCSG plays.
No,
from
Vector's
nowadays.
where it's at.
Yeah, Vector is where it's at, and it has like essentially, if you have a bullet hose that has that can give you more chances to go for a potentially random headshot, why not take it?
Yeah. Vector is the play, is my opinion, though. Everyone else is allowed to have their opposing
Fair
opinion
enough.
if you want. Don't flame me, please. I can't take
won't
it.
at all. Both of those guns are very viable, and both of those guns are very powerful. So.
Oh yeah, like I like the TCSG on KD, but I've been playing the AUG a lot more. Oh!
Oh, Zist very much shaving it close right now between himself and Mizu, but neither of them will be able to dish out any damage. Instead, it will be Shaft that will be actually taking some damage from the
Oh.
firefight off screen. And oh, there it is. There's the down. Zist will be out of this round, and potentially this could be the last round as well for 200 degrees to play out on this map.
Yeah, Nunra also coming up to get aggressive. Wonder if they're aware of his position.
Potentially, but doesn't look like it just yet. Lonely will be going in for the drop down, as Hoka Lounge has been completely uncontested up until right now, and I don't think that really phased, let's say, as much. A quick pre-fire through the wall could potentially ensure a nice shot, but
Flick.
Flick instead will be the demise of Nunrai.
That was indeed a fat flick as they're trying to pressure this bar area. TZK to find Shaft, but there we go from above. The Legion of Baroque is going to meet his demise. So TZK and Minimalist 2v4. Boy, this feels like a similar position. Not anymore though, as TZK has gone down. Lonely's in the smoke, and Lasay, they're going to close it out for the win.
Fantastic performance. 7-4 scoreline. Won't be really telling the story of how close the first half at the very least was between 200 degrees and Lasay, but whenever it was an attack round, Lasay pretty much had the pace dictated by them non-stop.
Yeah, definitely. And I think, 18 kills for Lonely.
My goodness. It's safe to say that pretty much Lonely has been the engine for Lasay to play off, and he has been pretty much the main reason why Lasay were able to win a fair few of these rounds.
Yeah, we definitely have to agree with you there, Cthulhu. Yeah, they're just putting Lonely in great positions. I think also on their defense, they played the Sunrise Bar a lot better, whereas, you know, we saw 200 degrees just beating their head against it, trying to get the 1v1 against Lonely, and he was not having a bar of it.
Yeah, and just the sheer fact that 200 degrees were very much uncoordinated on initial clear of Lonely on so many occasions,
Yeah.
that it just was essentially just free real estate really for the Jaeger player of
Yeah.
Lasay.
Him and Mizu had so much success, so much free room down there.
Yeah, and you gotta give credit to Mizu as well, because without him, I would doubt that Lonely would really be able to get a fair few of the kills that he did get. Just from the sheer amount of that info gathering that the hacked Mozzie drones were able to acquire, it was ridiculous how many kills was Lonely enabled.
Yeah, also TZK doing quite a lot of work from when he was on the Maestro. He single-handedly won them one round, at least that I can remember, and almost two. He's definitely doing a lot of work on that Maestro as well.
Yeah, TZK definitely gonna give him some credit. The man was absolutely nasty on those Alder plays. Even without the ACOG, the man was an absolute machine.
Yeah, of course. So we do have a map coming up, of course, Cthulhu. What do 200 Degrees have to change if they want to have a chance in that one?
Well, really, 200 Degrees just need to either go for very patient plays, because on fair few occasions they had been waiting for a few moments on a single angle, then decide, I'm just gonna go peek and try to get the win the fight. But that's not the case. They need to be patient on their trigger discipline, and two, they need to have coordination to ensure that the roam play is completely denied for Lisey. They want to have Lisey completely locked up in their position where they will be able to pick them off one by one.
Yeah, would have to agree with you. What about Lisey? What do they need to tighten up?
Lisey really just, they need to keep essentially pushing for their own pace and just being able to find those shots. They need to enable Lonely, Mizu, Ganjo on a continuous basis here.
Well, we are heading to a break, guys. Don't go anywhere, and we'll be back with map 2 right after this.
You can't have me. I've seen this mess before, lonely. Now I'm worth fighting for. Echoes bounce between your walls. I see when your curtains fall. My body, bitch, but you know I caught your bluff. Now you are the victim, stop, I had enough. Cruising on the joyride, ride hard, I feel free. You're out of the picture, c'est la vie. C'est la vie. Boy, c'est la vie. Ciao, c'est la vie. Boy, c'est la vie. Ciao, boy. Now you see me when you can't steal my shine. Feel me when I'm not yours this time. Let go. I'm not the one to blame. I see that you are still the same. My body, bitch, but you know I caught your bluff. Now you are the victim, stop, I had enough. Cruising on the joyride, ride hard, I feel free. You're out of the picture, c'est la vie. C'est la vie. Boy, c'est la vie. Ciao, c'est la vie. Boy, c'est la vie. Ciao. Such a sad face. Why such a sad face? Why such a sad face? Why such a sad face? Now you call like a bitch, but you know I caught your bluff. Now you are the victim, stop, I had enough. Cruising on the joyride, ride hard, I feel free. You're out of the picture, c'est la vie. C'est la vie. Boy, c'est la vie. Ciao, c'est la vie. Boy, c'est la vie. Ciao, boy.
He walks alone, he wanders into the night, searching for some meaning to explain what he's feeling. She walks alone, she shelters far from the light. She's seeking validation. She's so tired of waiting here. I got the feeling you've been expecting me. No chance, encounter. Right here's where you're meant to be. Our paths are
And we're back, guys. Final map of the evening. I'm Monkey Fist, joined by Cthulhu. Still had to change your shirt there, buddy.
Yeah, I mean, with all the firefights and then all the plays that we did see, it definitely turned up the heat a little bit.
Turned up the heat, of course it did. So we did see Lasay take a fairly convincing victory over 200 Degrees, 7-4. We're going to see them go head to head once again. This time, potentially on a different map, potentially the same. I think they have an opportunity to go for 2. I'm not sure if that changed, though.
Yeah, they have the opportunity to go for 2 same maps. We actually did see that very case for 1122, where they played 2 back-to-back with 2 of their play days against Giants and then Q Confirm on 2 Clubhouse, 2 Cafe. So this could be very much the case here.
Yeah, of course, and we saw Lasay have Lonely just absolutely stomping. We've got him lined up for an interview after, of course, so, you know, it'd be good to get his thoughts on how he's able to go absolutely nuts. But we do have to see what map we will be taking here. Band's about to come on through, of course. Cthulhu, what are you expecting?
I mean, if I was a Lasay player, I would want to see Coastline to be repeated as well, because that was a pretty successful turn of events. For now, Clubhouse, Bank, Border, and Consulate are the ones to be banned out, which pretty much just showcasing us that pretty much just a similar case. But Coastline this time banned out by Lasay, which is quite interesting, considering that they just had a pretty solid run overall, and Villa it will be for the 2 teams.
Villa.
Out of all the maps,
Is it the one you least expected, is it? Or didn't expect?
It's the least expected, just from the fact that both of the teams, again, did not play this so far on during the season out of all the maps.
Yeah, well, Villa, you know, it's I saw it last week. I can't recall which teams played it, but it was, you know, it's a huge map. It's I think it might be bigger than Bank. I could be wrong.
It was played by Xavier versus Valor.
Okay, thank you for that. And it's huge, isn't it? I was saying to Lan, there's like almost a whole section of the map that is just underused or not used at all, which is that basement. Of course, you see some players occasionally go down there, but it's not really a part of the map that is really utilized a ton.
Yeah, it has potential for deep roaming and just to essentially try to keep yourself away from trouble initially. But yeah, like you said, it's very minimally used by most of the teams and usually being flat out ignored. But the main kind of thing here is the fact how a fair few teams like to play it very much of an aggressive roam. And I don't think this will be an exclusion for Lasay.
Yeah, definitely not. But here we go. Lasay versus 200 Degrees. It's Villa. Here we go.
Indeed.
Obviously, we're expecting AVG first up. Pretty much the number one bomb site choice on this map for every team. Who's starting out on defense? It'll be 200 Degrees. Have funds in the chat. No good luck. You don't want your opponent to have good luck against you, do you?
Never.
You want them to have fun.
You just want them to have fun. Luck, that'll maybe.
We want the luck, not you guys. Thermite.
Yeah, we want the luck, yeah.
Banned out of the gates. Is that what they banned? No, they didn't ban on the previous map.
Let me check.
It was banned in the previous series, I do recall that.
Yeah, it was banned in the previous series, but last time on the Consulate, it was Hibana that was banned out. Looking at the next ban, it will be Dokkaebi once again, so we in keeping that. Actually, no, it's another throwback from the first matchup that we did see of Valor versus 1122. So Thermite and a Dokkaebi to be banned out. Next up being Mira. Okay, so that is a bit more stock standard comparative to the unconventional ban phase that we did see for Consulate.
I'm going to say there's no chance 200 Degrees ban the Maestro. TZK's been doing too well on it. They might go for the Echo though instead.
Yeah, Echo definitely seems like it will be a much more preferable, but no, okay.
Okay, I'm forced to eat my words.
It's I was not expecting it either. I'll be honest with you, Monkey. Just for the sheer fact that yeah, like you said, TZK had a very good performance here, and on the side of let's say they didn't really have a whole lot of highlights really for their Maestro play, so it's almost seems like a bit of a shot in the foot, maybe.
Well, TZK is going to be going on to the Echo. Very similar roles. Of course, Echo has the ACOG now as well.
Yeah, he has that advantage, yeah, for longer ranges. Well, he has the ability to take those longer ranges.
Just not as many bullets as the Maestro has.
Yeah, and not as much damage, I believe.
Yeah, probably. I'm not a stats guy. I'm a headshot guy.
I mean, that's fair enough.
Interesting to see that change their Jaeger out for a smoke. Jaeger is one of the operators that is practically a must pick. He's got a super high pick rate. I wonder if they're just not worried about any projectiles.
Attackers need to locate
What do
all
the
key
attackers have? I
bombs.
didn't quite take a look. Yeah, no
Well,
grenades, that's for sure.
Yeah, there won't be any grenades, and really, no matter what, really, with the Thatcher on board, that wall from the bedroom will be getting opened up one way or another. So instead of having those ADSs to try to deny any of that mess, why not just bring smoke and see if you can just play aggressively in Astro or Bathroom and just try to deny any further advancements after that breach is done.
10 seconds to insertion.
Yeah, well, setup's going down with the shields.
5 seconds left before
I think Goyo is a good pick on this bomb site as well.
attackers are
Yeah, I'll have to agree with you. Goyo would definitely fit in quite well, especially considering that he can cut off a fair few of these choke points very well.
Very extended hold we're seeing here from 200 degrees, making sure they hold on to statuary and trophy.
Yeah, did I see that right? Or they left one of the wall patches completely soft for them to use it for peaking potential.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's not something I noticed. Although they can't really, put a ton of reinforcements. So wait, did they change bomb sites?
Yeah, it was the statuary and trophy.
Oh, I'm tripping, aren't I? Jeez.
That's why I was confused as well, because usually you would see the bedroom wall completely reinforced, but this time they just full on, I believe, contesting it. Yeah, there it is. The one of the wall patches is gone completely soft.
Wow. Oh, wow, I feel a bit disorientated now, and I made myself look like a fool.
bomb located
I
by
mean,
attackers.
happens to the best of us.
Quickly opening up the wall, of course. Oh, but there's Zists. Where was that from? Prone at the door, I believe?
Could be, but what is this? 200 degrees, just not. Nunrai is just being very up close and personal and just goes for peekaboo and just hello, goodbye. See you later, Vixes.
Yeah, this is not a great start here for Lasay here as Broke's going to find another one. Ganjo and Lonely with a lot to do. There has been a down onto Nunrai, so it is a 2v3 really finished off there. And there's Ganjo with a double. Oh, Lonely's also going to find his own, and this has flipped so quickly here, Cthulhu. 2-on-1 from a 4-on-2.
Yeah, this is so far just showcasing how powerful can those two players be, both Ganjo and Lonely. Lonely in particular, the man has been on absolute fire throughout the whole first map, so might just be able to pull off a similar plays here. Minimalist waiting for that peak through the Astro, but just will be missing out. There's the peak, and we'll be actually getting the better of Ganjo. Now it is a 1v1 situation. Can't seem to find any closure, but there it is. There's the shot with a drop shot a little bit out there just to kind of add the salt to the wound as 200 degrees. After being flipped back on the back foot, seem to have managed to still reclaim it off the back of the clutch from Minimalist.
Yeah, I think this is what I was going to say before we had to go to break in the previous round, right? In the previous map, let's say they really have trouble closing out rounds successfully, right? Like they lose against too many odds in their favor because they execute pretty sloppy. They don't lock down the final position. I'm not sure if they knew exactly where. Who was it again? Minimalist was.
Minimalist, yeah.
Yeah. So now they're going to AVG.
Yeah, now that they are going to be going AVG, maybe this time, let's say, we'll be a bit more cautious about how they push, because usually those first rounds, they're the ones that create kind of those initial jitters and could potentially be the ones that would set the overall pace. But generally speaking, usually how most of the teams don't really pay as much attention to the first rounds.
One thing we haven't really touched on though, Cthulhu, is that this is a very defender-sided map, like very defender-sided, isn't it?
Yeah, it's quite heavily actually defender-sided, and it does allow a fair bit of flexibility with how you want to defend it as well. So, to be honest, it was a bit of an experimental round. I'll have to say this from 200 degrees, being like prompting for a play with one of the wall patches being completely soft.
Yeah, and 200 degrees. Sorry, you go.
Yeah, it seemed to have just worked out. I just wanted to conclude that thought.
Yeah, 200 degrees were playing very aggressive off the back of it, weren't they? They had the smoke proned right up to the door. They had Baroque taking long range shots with the Legion through the hole.
Yeah, it was continuously one of those very unexpected positions that 200 degrees were playing, and that is their current advantage over Lasay. Lasay are much more experienced. They know those main usual positions where the defenders could be, but 200 degrees have that element of like essentially leaving Lasay questioning as to why are you there.
There's going to be the first one for Baroque, finding Ganjo downstairs. Oh, there's some holes being made through the floor as well, and Mizu is knowledgeable about them.
He wants to try to take some of those firefights, but I'm not too sure if he's ready just yet. He will be keeping an eye out on them for now, but Baroque right now is on that room, on that bottom floor as well, the one that we mentioned that was barely used. This time, the Valkyrie player will be utilizing it fully for the rotations.
Yeah, lots of information being gathered, pings coming out and everything. They haven't even realized it's the drone. There we go, finally shut down. Baroque has continued on his roam completely undiscovered. C4 in hand too.
And that is going to be the main leverage here for Baroque to play it out, because he will be able to deny any attempts at the plan, but he does get droned out very promptly, forcing him to return back to the lounge. But Avixis is already on site. He will be attempting to go in for the plant as well.
Yeah, he's going to have to stop that plant, but the covering player is going to get shut down. Two of them down to triple coming out for Zis. Wow. All up to Shaff, and he can't do it there. 200 degrees. They are looking very strong here on Villa.
Yeah, big play off the back of Zist and Baroque. Was just pretty much the deal breaker here. The roster of Lasay Esports just was unable to get any closure really on 90% of those firefights, and really just unable to keep the cover while the plant was going down.
Well, Dining Room Kitchen this time, third port of call for most teams on this bomb site. Some like the lounge room, but it's a bit more unusual.
Yeah, it's one of those that is considered usually more of a tertiary site, something to fall back onto if you keep on failing. But for 200 degrees, this is completely on the contrary. They are being very much successful, and this is going to be their attempt at potentially getting that third round in a row for themselves, which is potentially going to be also the hardest one to achieve, considering that it is one of those kind of less of a practiced set of sites.
I'm surprised Lasay aren't bringing a buck if they really want to get that vertical pressure going.
Yeah, maybe it's just a part of the plan not to essentially just bring. Maybe they are just trying still to force that very much of a up front, up close and personal kind of play, which seeming not to be really working a whole lot.
Yeah, definitely. And this bomb site is one that you really have to get vertical pressure on as well. What do they have for that? They have potentially breaches on Thatcher and the IQ. They have the Ash and the Zofia. So there is a bit of soft destruction.
Yeah, there is a fair bit of that, and they should be allowed to open up a fair few holes. But Right now, the main issue is not in the utility for you, let's say. It's just their sheer execution and them stalling out on most of their pushes where they matter.
Alibi gonna discover Lonely here. Looks like Baroque's getting ready for this pressure. Oh, has he seen the player go past? He has indeed. Finds Mizu. And he's been able to not be traded out, falling back all the way to Astro now, where Zist is.
All that aggressive roam to come out from 200 degrees is seeming to be working absolutely perfect right now. Zist with Baroque, that duo is extremely dangerous right now for Lisey, and it seems that maybe that initial confidence boost from winning map number 1 is certainly seeming to be hurting Lisey quite badly.
Yeah, Baroque's gotten out of there all the way downstairs, the area of the map I was talking about previously, the underused part. Baroque's been using it perfectly to rotate his Valkyrie in the previous round, and this time with the Legion. And oh, shots through the floor. No, I can't quite land him. Switches to the shotgun. Oh, he's being punished, but not all the way to death.
At least not just yet.
Ooh.
Oh my. That was a little bit close, but yeah. With a minute 10 to go right now, Lisey Esports are on the back foot. Their momentum is completely gone. They can't seem to find a single engagement that would be in their favor, and just things that certainly just need to be turned in their favor if they want to start winning those rounds.
Yeah, they have to execute still here. Oh, then there's a smoke close range. Ganjo can't hit the shot. Baroque also to find Lonely, and this has gone from bad to worse here for Lisey. He's found one, can't find the second though, as he is completely shut down. 3 in a row here for 200 degrees.
3 in a row indeed, and that is a complete shutout so far by 200 degrees. They're able to just keep flexing that ability to have those deep rotates, like you mentioned before, through the basement, having that aggression, the aggressive duo of Baroque and Zist is working absolute wonders right now for the underdog team.
Back to trophy they go. They haven't had a close round, have they? They've all been very convincing in the favor of 200 degrees.
Well, the only round that wasn't really close
the
was the minimalist one with the clutch. But yeah, I have to agree. That is probably was the only one that was really close. The remaining 2 were an absolute shutdown of any attempts that essentially Lisey had.
But even then, that round was a 4v2 before it got down to the 1v2.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's also worth mentioning. That 200 degrees in initial set of firefights did leave them in a very potent position to play things and play the defense on.
Well, taking a look at these operators, still no Buck coming on out. Still the Ash and Zofia combo. I'm not quite sure about it, Cthulhu.
Yeah, I'm not fully sold yet either, really. Oh, come on, Baroque. Surely you would know that you can't yet throw out the camera.
There we go, right in the window.
I am actually quite curious to see if it's going to work and if it can be actually pretty well hidden, because usually you don't really get that much of a view around the whole window frame to actually notice an inactive Valk camera.
Well, that is the first pick. Mizu finding Baroque, who has been a constant thorn in their sides in these rounds on his roams. Deep roams, I should say, as well. And look how quickly Lisey are being here. Going to try and take control of master bedroom and closet first, of course.
Now here's the thing though. Yes, Lisey have a very quick advancement on a certain set of positions, but anywhere further from there, they have some great potential to just completely stall out, and that is exactly what 200 degrees are waiting.
Oh, Impact Trick denies the Habana charges on the wall, and they're all gone. Yeah. Oof, that is not fantastic for Lisey.
On a roll as they're now going to be forced to fall in through the 2 choke points at the very least. One coming out of master bedroom, one coming out of the bedroom.
Nunrai.
Out of the bathroom. Nunrai to pay with his life for a bit of a ballsy attempt at peek, but
Oh,
for now, oh wow, Mizu nearly catches the echo of God, but the impact grenade does leave him in a pretty tagged up state.
yeah, he's fallen right back. Oh, that's a great shot there from Zist. Finds Mizu at the top of Astro's stairs. TZK wants to get aggressive as well, and he's going to find one. Shaft falling. 3v3, just like that. Make that 3v2. 200 degrees. Turn this one around. Ganjo going to reply with one, but Minimalist going to put it into the man advantage of 200 degrees. Minimalist is low. In fact, he's been downed, so it is the one-on-one. Is Ganjo going to find the player? Yes, he is. Ganjo with the 1v2. Finally, Lasay are able to pick up a round.
Finally, indeed, as this has been pretty much just a bit of a slugfest initially for Lasay, and finally getting that win off the back of a clutch. It's a good start, but I'll say this again, but I'll probably end up eating up my own words. You can't really base your success off a series of clutches, really.
Yeah, of course not. Alright, gonna reattempt Trophy Room and Statuary here is 200 degrees. Lonely really struggling to have a lot of impact in this one, isn't he?
Yeah, he's certainly struggling to get any kind of pace going for himself. And usually it's been him being the catalyst of that pace that allowed Lasay to gain the initial traction and the win. So it is certainly probably even more so for Lasay. It is quite disheartening seeing how minimal amount of impact does Lonely have so far.
Well, still bringing that Zofia Ash duo. It worked last round, so it's going to be a bit harder for me to criticize it.
10 seconds to insertion.
But I am surprised that they aren't bringing any frag grenades. I think they are some quite powerful pieces of utility.
Attackers' objective is to locate a bomb.
Yeah, grenades certainly are a good way to dislodge a very well fortified position, and with a good throw certainly could have a good impact. But yeah, like you said, let's say prompting to not have that going for themselves is certainly hurting them on a fair few occasions, but maybe there's a bigger brain plan to come and play later on.
Yeah, drones coming on out. Nunrai has had quite a lot of success with the smoke at close range. Not in the previous round because they were ready and waiting for him.
Yeah, well, right now the peaks will be coming out as
Oh,
Shaft just takes a little bit of that extra damage from that peak, but will be leaving more or less alive.
yeah, looks like those Habana charges gone off successfully, but no one is watching this door that we've seen 200 degrees get so aggressive of. Statuary into bedroom.
Yeah, nobody's watching, and that could be very much the demise right now of the players of Lasay. Mizu trying to get some traction going for himself off the play from the below, but to no avail. It is Lonely that will be getting a hefty amount of damage taken into his body.
See, if they had that buck down below instead of the Zofia, they could be doing so much more damage to this floor and vertical play.
Yeah, I mean, well, maybe they will attempt to bring it further on into the match, but as it stands, really, things are not looking all swell. Baroque is the one to start finding those kills, a double kill actually for himself. Will he getting rid of that very duo
What?
that you were talking about? There's the C4, there's another kill onto Shaft. Just like that, just a complete roll and Minimalist to close things off. 200 degrees, 4 rounds for themselves. My goodness, they just not letting off. They want those 3 points one way or another, and this is probably their prime moment to try to get that for themselves.
Yeah, Baroque and Zis are going absolutely nuts. Baroque on his roams has had so much joy Let's say I think they need to say, all right, first priority, let's shut down the roam of Baroque. I think that's what they really need to do, straight up.
Yeah, Baroque and Zist, and actually for that matter, Minimalist as well. Those three should be shut down pretty much as quickly as possible. But with the way how Lissay been playing, it's very much on the back foot continuously. Not a single round did go in the full confidence their way. And even when I believe that was Ganjo that managed to clutch up, even then it was very much off the back of just a few trades.
Yeah, indeed. Let's take a look at these operators once again. Attackers looks unchanged. Defenders, so Zist has picked up the Legion. It's something that Baroque has been changing between the Valkyrie and the Legion.
I think they keep on switching out respectively between each other. So it's either Baroque playing on Legion while Zist is playing on Valkyrie, and then in reverse as well. So both of those players did show quite some good flexibility on these operators. So surely they should be able to make things work for themselves. And so far, I mean, 4-1 scoreline definitely showcases us this exact way that they were able to make that duo work.
Yeah, well, I'm sure we're going to have Baroque on the roam once again. You know what they say, if it's not Baroque, don't fix it.
Wow, you did go that way. I mean, you're not wrong. If Baroque is able to get himself kills one way or another, why not just keep enabling him to do that?
Yeah, Nani Hallway going to be hotly contested as Lonely is going to shut down Minimalist, which has been one of the impact players for 200 Degrees so far. So that's a great start for the Lissay lads.
Well, we did see a fair few times when Lissay, on this very map, were able to begin the advancement, did get the entry kill, but after that just completely choked out on their offense.
Yeah, Baroque mainly the main instigator of that, and he might have another flank here onto a player droning or caught unawares, but oh, they are ready this time. Baroque is now Baroque.
Yeah, definitely the man was not expecting a duo peak at the statuary and will be resulting in his demise. But 4v3 will be enforced here by Nunrai as the Vixes will be going down with, I believe, not using a single piece of the X-Kairos. And as it stands right now, Mizu knows that there's somebody right up the doorway.
Yeah, are they aware? He's just on the side. Drone goes right past. Drone's going to be shot from Vault, and here comes another drone. Didn't look like it was looking the right way either. Oh, here we go. Oh, he's been spotted. He has gotten the down, but Lonely's going to trade him on out. Can Lonely get the second? He's done a lot of damage there to TZK. Mizu going to be picked on up. They are all just going to funnel through this doorway here. Nunrai from Vault. TZK from behind the couch. He's going to be down, so it's all up to Nunrai now. Low HP on two of them, but he has to reposition.
And with no gas grenades, he's definitely going to be at a big disadvantage here. Let's try to take the firefight with the Zafia, but to no avail just yet. He needs to get that reload onto SMG-11 and get back into the firefight. He still has some time to try to contest all of these angles.
Yeah, he can take several 1v1s, but he's going to take the first and take a lot of damage for it. Goes for the next peak, going to try and prone with the shotgun, but Lissay just aren't getting aggressive. Nunrai, you have to peak.
Yeah, let's say you finally realize that they have got the plant. There's no need to go for an aggressive play, and they will just keep on playing safely. Mizu is the one that will try to just maybe stat pad a little bit, but to no avail there. Finally, it is Lonely that will be actually getting rid of Nunrai. And yeah, that is pretty much as far as it does go. Nice shots of just tapping it away. And finally, yet another round to be taken by Lissay. 4-2 will be the final scoreline of the map number 2 between Lissay and 200 Degrees. Sorry, of the first half of map number 2.
Yeah, I was about to say, we going home already, are we?
Not yet. Not
yet. 6 more rounds in it. Although it could only be 3 if 200 Degrees can get a head of steam here.
Yeah, they could very much bring this back, bring the heat back, as now it will be Lasay that will be on the defense on Villa. And Villa is one of those maps that, like we mentioned before, does allow some very, very nice play by the defense and very much enforces it. So
Attackers need to locate
curious if Lasay will be able to emphasize of that and kind of essentially remedy their failures from the attack on their defensive side. But we will find that out in just a little bit.
Yeah, can Lasay bring it back is the question on everybody's minds. Let's look at this attacking lineup. No Buck either for 200 degrees. He's not banned, is he? No. I was going to say, maybe...
No, he's not banned.
Yeah. They are bringing the Nomad, which I think is great, especially with all the flanks that are possible. That could have been another way to shut down Baroque. They are bringing the Ash Sophia combo as well, so maybe that's just a Southeast Asia thing where they really enjoy their aggressive operators. That's an interesting camera from Mizu, but I do like it.
Yeah, it definitely will net them just enough of the information about who's gonna plan to go downstairs, which potentially could allow further roaming. Some nice potential by Mizu as he does decide to just pretty promptly forfeit from there as his Valcam did get spotted.
Yeah, I was gonna say I think he's planning on getting aggressive offer on anyone rappelling up to Bauk, but wasn't to be as Nonra completely shut that down. Oh, that's the opening shots from Baroque. He's going to down Lonely, holding the angle onto the window. He hasn't finished him off just yet, and he might be able to get away here. Nope, finished off. Though Baroque was under pressure from, who was that? Avixis.
Yeah, interestingly enough, Lonely is just not having any good time right now. He was playing very aggressive gameplay on Coastline when he was in the Sunrise, but this time he can barely get any set of kills. So props to 200 degrees to actually figuring it out and managing to keep that big player in check. Ganjo, though, in return, will be getting rid of TCK with a C4. So that is a trade of a Jaeger in favor of a Hibana. So not too bad at all.
Yeah, half the round gone, and 200 degrees just getting ready for the execute, but oh, it's going to be the Valkyrie found through the floor there by Minimalist.
Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
Looks like I thought the Valkyrie had the advantage there, but Minimalist hit those shots.
Yeah, unfortunately for Mizu, the roam has failed with minimal impact, really, as already the full push by 200 degrees will be in effect as Lasay are down to 2 players, and right now not a single one of them is actually on site. So this will be free real estate and a free plant here for 200 degrees.
Yeah, completely forced off, but that's going to be a freebie there for Ganjo. You can't get the second in the vault, but he knows one's out on the balcony. Nice shot there, putting it into the 2-on-2. Shaf is also coming to support. One of those players is down, and look at the HP on Zis there. He's gone for the defuse. Can he forget the player? Yes, he can. Great clutch from the members of Lasay as they managed to pull that round into their favor.
Just as I was about to say that, 200 degrees have managed to net themselves another round, Lasay just decides, now we're just going to go around and clutch it up, really. Bringing it all the way to 3-4, still in favor of 200 degrees, which does leave 200 degrees at a bit of a questionable position right now, because they still have that room for error, but they're getting closer and closer to actually losing out on that very well accumulated lead.
Yeah, indeed. Trophy room statuary now for Lasay. That was probably a round that they shouldn't have won, but they managed to anyway.
Yeah, that's probably going to be the better description of how that round went. Just because, like you said, yeah, it was the whole round was up for the taking for 200 degrees, but due to either bad timing or miscommunication, they ended up falling apart, and just like that, it was pretty much the round taken by Lasay.
And that player that was downed, I think that was the Ash of Nunrai that had charged in, like, on their original take, and he was down that whole time, I think. I could be wrong. But yeah,
Pretty sure that was the case, yeah.
they didn't manage to get a revive off. Of course, they were worried about making sure their plant went down properly. But in the end, it was a 2v3 retake, nicely done by Lasay, Shaf, and Gunjo. Really putting in the hard yards.
Yeah, Ganjo has been definitely pulling off some very nice plays throughout the whole map, so it's definitely nice to see the man being able to gain a good amount of traction for himself.
Well, I suppose that just shows just how defender-sided this map can be here, Cthulhu.
Certainly is. As right now, 200 degrees are prompting for a, well, as swift as they possibly can, probably, to try to take the master bedroom as well as the study. Mizu on the bottom floor will be trying to get himself a C4 from below, which could very much work here if timed well. Shaf, I do believe he did get spotted being in that bathroom, just having a chill.
Yeah, he's been pinged.
I don't think. Yeah, he has been pinged. There we go. So his position will be a little bit more in danger now, but right now he's still covered by the concrete of the bath. Instead, it's Ganjo who will be opening up with a double kill, actually, and as well as Shaf assisting with the kill onto Baroque. And it seems that the fire within Lasay's play has been finally reignited.
Yeah, some great shots coming out there from Ganjo. All up to Minimalist now. 1 on 5. Has to go grab that diffuser. Can't do it. Flawless for Lasay. As yes, they do look revitalized on their defensive side here.
Good overall execution by Lasay, as we are now on the draw. And 2 rounds remaining for both those teams to get themselves a match point to at least guarantee a point. But I'm pretty sure both of these teams will be really happy with gaining 3 points and leaving none to the opposing team.
Yeah, I suppose we're seeing mirrors here, aren't we, Cthulhu, of each other, different halves, where the defenders are really succeeding and the attackers are really struggling.
Sure is, as Lasay managing to... I can't even, like, properly point out whether it was a good strategy. It's just Lasay regaining their confidence in going in for those peaks, because half of the time it was a Ganjo pretty much the whole round, the Ganjo play, and then with an extra bit of pinch of from Lonely and I believe Shav, that was pretty much the whole round.
Yeah, one thing I will say is both these teams on defense are playing very aggressive, like peeking almost everything they can.
Yeah, that is also a good point. Yeah, both of these teams do like their peaking game, and both of these teams do seem to have been getting more and more accustomed to that aggressive play. So could very much be the case that it's just whoever's going to be more aggressive on defense will essentially get the dub.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Well, Mizu on the pulse, not opting for the Valkyrie this time. I think it's probably a bit better on the kitchen when you are going to definitely have to C4, or at least try to someone through the floor. So they're going to start with that top-down pressure, 200 degrees. They've got the buck this time. I'm happy to see that.
Finally, after what, 9 rounds?
Yeah, something like that.
But yeah, buck is certainly going to be helpful around here, especially for the vertical play above kitchen, as a little bit of an exchange will be happening here between Lonely and one of the attackers. I'm not too sure which one that was, but once again, a very prompt rotation over through the basement could potentially just give enough information for Mizu to relay back to his team as to where the push could be happening from.
Yeah, drones coming on out here from 200 degrees, trying to lock down these positions, but these defenders have just been so mobile. It's definitely been very hard. They need to pinch all together. Oh, there we go. Mizu picking up that exact positioning of the, I think it's the Twitch. Oh, beautiful headshot. Good night, Nunra.
Yeah, fantastic peak. Much less to say about the Shaft's peak onto Minimalist, but nonetheless still a successful one. As IQ and Twitch are no more within this round, Ganjo tries to get some closure, but it will be once again Shaft continuing his reign against Zist and getting some revenge.
Oof.
Zafia to be flat out deleted from the game, and now it is up to the 4 players of Lasay against the 1 player of 200 Degrees. TZK, the man who has been able to pull off some very nutty clutches and plays, could potentially leave an upset here, considering that Lonely is down and being picked up, but with him being up and running, it is a 4v1 situation.
Yeah, 4v1 here for TZK on the Hibana. Of course, he doesn't have a bullet hose this time, and the defenders have definitely decided to just slow things down just a little. There's the first one for TZK. There's a second. What are you guys doing? Stop peeking into him, let's say. 1v2 now.
Let's say getting a little bit kill hungry. We'll be losing 2 players. 1v2 situation with 20 seconds to go. C4 to come out, but won't be connecting just yet. TZK manages to rotate just at the right time. 15 seconds left to go, but this time the peak from Shaft will be solving the whole deal. TZK to go down, and Lasay are now in the lead.
Yeah, it looked a bit sketch for a bit there, didn't it?
Oh yeah, it definitely was sketch, and definitely was at the position where if Lasay would have gone for even more reckless peaks, that would have been around for 200 Degrees, and that would be a bit of a hick and mad for Lasay's sake.
Well, we're going back to AVG. Now remember, this was a clutch that Lasay managed to pull off, technically a 2v3 if you count if you don't count the downed player. Bring in a mute this time. No, they're not. Ela.
Okay. Mute to Ela is definitely a bit of an odd one. Well, make it mute to Smoke, actually. As for the AVG, I can see why Ela could be played, as she is quite powerful for this site. But Smoke is definitely, in my eyes, is going to be a better choice, just for the sheer fact that the man can deny some positioning, plus deal some damage, and deny the plant most of all.
Well, no Buck this time, sad face, but they're not bringing Ash and Zofia. Instead
it will be Zofia and Sledge.
Yes, well, I can understand bringing the Sledge because he brings the frag grenades, which, you know, I don't think there's like one particular spot you want to use them on this map, but they, you know, they're just so great for flushing players out of their positions.
Oh yeah, most definitely.
Looks like Mizu set up a very similar Valkyrie camera as Ganjo going for a bit of a peek. Yeah, Mizu's slightly angled differently, different position. He can still see anyone that's going for the rappel, and here we go. He's going for this run out, is he?
Yeah, I think he's tempted here.
Oh,
trying to go for that run out. Ganjo?
I can hear the players running past the front door there.
Yeah, he could definitely hear and now see that the breach is there. The drone will be coming out as well, as Zist will be waiting for the right moment to go in for the push as soon as the information is relayed. And as it stands, really, there's plentiful amount of actually vertical positioning by, let's say, Roster to actually get rid of some of the players on the ground floor.
Yeah, if they go through that front door, they'll be ready for them. But I think Minimalist has droned out the player who's holding above the front door. Ganjo is still on the roam.
Yeah, Ganjo on the roam has been very deadly right now for 200 Degrees, but as it stands, Zist, yeah, with a nice grenade kill, will be getting the better of one of the players. But with all the flurry of trades coming around, this will be still a round going into the favor of 200 Degrees after all the firefights.
Oh, but there's going to be Sledge caught off guard before he can send out his second grenade. 3v3 now. Smoke Babes also flying out. This has been fast and furious here. Cthulhu. Oh, Minimalist on the site. He's found one. He's going to have to drop back down for cover as he reloads. And it's just Shaft there to try and hold on his own.
Sure do. But Mizu on the below might have the disruption power here. But the C4 won't be connecting. Instead, it's Shaft with the MP7 that will be actually connecting to the body of Nunrai and will be getting rid of him. But IQ is already on site, and the plant might be going down as well pretty soon. TCK will be actually sticking the plant as Minimalist does get rid of Mizu, and right now, with 40 seconds left to go,
Well,
right now they
stopped.
just need to reposition, get the plant to start, and with that, Minimalist will be starting to go in for the peak. There's the push and 200 degrees. Get back to the draw. 5 a piece.
We're going all the way then, ladies and gentlemen. All 12 rounds going to be played out. It just depends who can take that win, or are we going to end in a draw? So, roll of the dice will decide who has a chance of winning. Trophy room statuary attempted by Lasay once again. I think it's a much better idea. They really struggled on their defense of AVG.
Yeah, AVG seeming to be very much lackluster right now for Lasay, considering that just their overall performance has been left to be more desired of, really. And yeah, Trophy and Statuary should definitely just allow just enough for Lasay to bring things back. Interestingly enough, a Finka choice by Zist instead of an Ash will be coming around, potentially either for the frags or for just having that also extra bit of health for those engagements.
Yeah, of course. As we said, the SEA special, isn't it?
Oh yeah. I was just about actually to mention the SEA special, but
Not every team runs the Finka, but I feel like I see it every game, at least one round.
at least one round you will see her. She has been seeing more and more of her popularity rise just due to the fact how the grenades essentially work and how impactful they can be on a few outcomes. So that extra boost of health is certainly a very nice bonus to it as well.
Yeah, there we go. Mizu tossing out another camera. He's been doing that a lot, hasn't he? Tossing out the cameras, trying to get plays off of the information that it affords him.
Yeah, he has been pretty much onto it throughout the whole time of, let's say, on defense, but it did see a bit of a 50-50 performance boost, but oh my goodness, Minimalist with a nice headshot onto Mizu will be leaving him pretty much speechless throughout the rest of the round.
Well. Mizu gonna have to be a spectator for the rest of this round, and it's only just begun. Looks like they're gonna try and take control of bedroom and walk in robe first, of course. They have Ganjo below. He's got a C4 on hand, and they had Mizu as well before he passed.
Look at that fox. I'm sorry, but every time I get to see that fox up close, I just can't hold the laugh. It looks so derpy.
Yeah, it does look a bit silly, doesn't it?
Yeah. But either way, the two kind of get away a little bit from from the derpy fox. Minute and 40 seconds remaining, and right now, the only death that did come around was on the side of Lasay. They did lose a Valkyrie fairly early into the round, and right now 200 Degrees are making a somewhat decent progress, taking control of the master bedroom, and I believe as well as that, the aviator room as well has been taken full control of.
Yeah, well, there's that first Finka boost coming on out as they're starting to get ready for their execute, but there's Lonely to find Nunrai from Astro. Oh, that's a cheeky angle, but oh no! Baroque is going to win out against Vixis there. That was rather unfortunate. There's Baroque with another, but there's Lonely to down Zist. He's got a second, but he can't follow up as Minimalist is going to trade him on out. Plant's going to be attempted. There is a player down, and he might be able to sneak on in here. Downed player done. Planter done. 1v1 now. Minimalist against Ganjo. Can't quite land the shots there. Ganjo trying to reposition, and he's going to land at Lasay on the first team to move themselves to match point here.
An absolute nail biter right now in between Lasay and 200 Degrees. The matchup that overall I've been expecting to be much quicker and much more in favor of Lasay, but it seems that 200 Degrees managed to get themselves up and running. Albeit that the first map did end up being 7-4, but the first half was very heavily contested. And now we are seeing on Villa, the map pick for 200 Degrees. They're being neck and neck here, trading rounds, trading points, and just being incredibly close to finally getting themselves that first win.
Yeah, well, dining room, kitchen. I thought it did say AVG for a bit, and they must have changed last second here, let's say. And I was going to say, I'm not sure if going for AVG is the right choice. The one time they won it was off of Clutch, whereas kitchen, they won a lot more successfully. Of course, they almost threw it away to TZK.
Yeah, they nearly did it, but once again, we are back into it. Bringing in an Echo for the defense. I believe that is one of the first few ones. Oh, wait, no. Actually, no. For let's say this will be, I believe, the first choice of the Echo, which could potentially have a positive outcome here, considering that Valk wasn't really getting a whole lot of traction, but having essentially the two live drones that you can use for repositioning and continuous checking of some of the angles could certainly do just enough work here.
Well, here we go. Final round of the night. No matter what way this goes, it'll be ending here. Either a win for Lasay or a draw that 200 Degrees have managed to scrape together.
Yeah, well, that's exactly what 200 Degrees would want at the very least, just to get themselves a draw, just to get themselves on the board with the points, because at the moment they are on a full-on loss streak and they have no points whatsoever. But I do gotta give it to him. For a team that ended up in a pro league by a miracle with from a 4th place in Challenger League, they are giving Lasay a run for their money.
Yeah, more than a run for their money, I'd argue. They're making it incredibly difficult for Lasay. Going to start with that vertical pressure. Breach charge is used this time.
Yeah, with all the breach charges coming around, might be some more pressure to start coming out on the side of 200 Degrees. They have found the bomb. And right now for TZK, he needs to be patient about his pushes. Minimalist, on the other hand, opens up a quick punch hole just to make sure that he will be able to cut off any rotations. And he knows that there is at least a singular person in the meeting room. With Nunrai picking up the first kill onto Lonely, the big playmaker that was absolutely popping off during Coastline.
Yeah, minute 15 on the clock now, and it is coming to the boiling point here. Mizu gathered that information with the heartbeat scanner, but can't quite follow up with a shot. But that's going to be great for Minimalist. 3v5 off the back of the Finker boost. Shaft, Vixus, and Ganjo with a lot to do to try and hold down on site. It's going to be one going down. That's the Mozzie. 2v5 now. Stranger things have happened, Cthulhu, but I think we might be seeing 200 Degrees pull this one back for the draw.
Could certainly be the case. 45 seconds to go in a 2v5 situation. Shaft is in a very dangerous position as he's just about to get cornered, as well as Avixis does manage to find a nice kill. 2v4 situation, 35 seconds to go as the grenades start flying in. Nice shot onto Shaft, will be downing one of the attackers, but right now they're all lining up for that choke point at the doorstep right now. Gonna go for another peek. There's a double kill as well. Shaft needs to keep on fighting here as the position is very much clutchable here for, let's say, Esports, as they do want those 3 points. The X-Kairos will be coming around to breach in as the time is starting to run out. 10 seconds left to go. There's the peek by onto Shaft, but will be unsuccessful as he's not there anymore. There's the long range as well by the Echo as well, and there's the spray down as well. A quad kill for, let's say, Esports to close this out.
What a round from Shaft and Ganjo, wasn't it, on the Echo? I could be wrong. But that was amazing stuff. You know, I said, stranger things have happened, right? But I think this is a round that's going for 200 Degrees. And what happened to Cthulhu? The exact opposite. It was nuts. Yeah.
From a 2v4
Avixis, sorry.
to a 2v2.
Absolutely
Spray
nuts.
down by Shaft is just absolutely nuts. A quad kill to close it off. 7-5 for Lisey, as they will be claiming full 6 points for themselves.
Yeah, well, we are going to try and sort out another interview this time, so let's hope this goes a bit better. So I'll be right back, Cthulhu. Just give me 2 seconds while we get that sorted out. Hopefully this one goes through properly this time. But yeah, absolutely nuts scenes at the end there. Alright, hello, can you hear me, Lonely?
Yes, I can hear you clearly.
Alright, sweet. I'll just turn you up a bit. So absolutely amazing end to that series. I'm sure you were pretty hyped in the chat there. How does it feel to watch that?
We throw a lot, so it's lucky that we got the win. It's lucky, I can say that.
Yeah. All right.
But yeah.
Yeah. So I did have a question on Coastline. You were doing amazingly, finding lots of kills. However, on Villa, you started off very slowly and had a lot of trouble. Why was that? Do you reckon?
I think it's because of the team energy. Like the team energy is just not there. So we are losing rounds, and then yeah. After we win a round, then only the team energy comes. That's why we can come back.
So you say that if you're not winning, you find it troubling to win rounds. Is it?
Yeah. It's very if I don't win any gunfights, that's very hard to win rounds.
All right. Anything you want to say to all your fans out there after tonight?
I don't think we have a fan, so but thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for supporting us, and just that.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Lonely, and well done on your victory. I'll be heading back to Cthulhu now, so thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Yeah, absolutely nuts scenes, I must say. So we just get Constantine back in. So yeah, as I just had a quick chat with Lonely there, Cthulhu. He says they were having a lot of trouble on their Villa just because they're a momentum based team, I suppose, and when they started off poorly, it was hard to get back into it. But in the end, they did get the win with some massive momentum, didn't they?
Oh yeah, they managed to regain that momentum, that confidence in themselves during the second half, and it was definitely a stark difference comparative to what we saw in the first half between those two teams. So definitely big props to Lisey for actually regaining it, all that.
Yeah, 100%. Just waiting for a word. Here we go. Yes. All right, we are going to be ending it here now, guys. Thanks so much for everyone that tuned in, and we'll see you next week.
Sick and tired of the whole damn thing, yeah. Stick a move in the ring. You can hit me with the words you fling. You're never gonna keep me down. You're never gonna keep me down. No, no, no. You're never gonna keep me down. You're never gonna keep me down. No, no, no. Be lucky if I stick around. Maybe foolish, but I ain't a clown. No, no, no. You're never gonna keep me down. You're never gonna keep me down. No, 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 no. Got the belt like a king, heavyweight champion of the whole damn thing, yo. Full of gas, full of spin, Jekyll and Hyde, you're the Down, down, down. Down, down, down. You're never gonna keep me down. You're never gonna keep me down. No, no, no. You're never gonna keep me down. You're never gonna keep me down. No, no, no. Be lucky if I stick around. Maybe foolish, but I ain't a clown. No, no, no. You're never gonna keep me down. You're never gonna keep me down. No, 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 no. It's you and me against the world, world. Gonna leave this life behind us and just go, go. 'Cause we're running, running, running away. Together we'll go and find a better place, place. This strong we'll go 1,000 miles away. Where the skies are blue, nothing is the same. Running, running, we'll be running, we'll be running. I can't wait to be there, me and you alone, alone, in a paradise that we can call our own. Oh, we'll be running, running, running away. Together we'll go and find a better place, place. Very strong we'll go 1,000 miles away. Where the skies are blue, nothing is the same. The same. We'll be running, running. We'll be running, yeah, yeah, yeah. We'll be running, running. We'll be running, yeah, 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 yeah. Till we find another place.
He walks alone, he wanders into the night, searching for some meaning to explain what he's feeling. She walks alone, she shelters far from the light. She's seeking validation. She's so tired of waiting. Yeah, I got the feeling you've been expecting me. No chance, encounter. Right here's where you're meant to be. Our paths are crossing just in